department. Campbell says they believe he is the voice on the recording and called his comments vulgar, offensive, and false. Jen Clark, CBS News.
Pope Leo is in Turkey, the first stop of his first foreign trip as Pope. At the Ataturk Mausoleum in Ankara, the Pope laid a wreath at the tomb of the founder of modern Turkey. His trip will also take him to Istanbul, and next week he will visit Lebanon. This is CBS News.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
It's called stacking discounts. It's the trend this holiday season with shoppers looking to pinch pennies.
Worries about tariffs and inflation have gift shoppers trembling in their boots, but Bankrate senior analyst Ted Rossman says
retailers are having to offer discounts to get people excited.
And he says you can stack your discounts between coupons and credit cards.
Combine multiple saving strategies on the same purchase. A lot of times you can combine 2 or 3 or 4 different savings opportunities on the same item.
Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Amazon is warning its customers about cyber criminals who are impersonating the company's representatives. The FBI says those thieves have stolen $260 million this year by taking over victims' accounts after sending customers fake messages about delivery or account issues to gain access. Amazon is also warning about social media ads that offer Amazon deals and request account or payment information through unofficial channels. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
At 6:05, it is partly cloudy and 32 degrees downtown at the Gateway Arch. Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm Scott Jagow.
And I'm Stuart McMillan. Missouri's Attorney General says 3 law enforcement officers are a disgrace to the badge.
A Shannon County deputy faces a litany of charges. Felonies for allegedly turning traffic stops into sexual assaults. Thomas Manning has been charged with sodomy and sexual abuse after investigators say he groped multiple women's breasts and genitals during vehicle searches. The Attorney General says Manning targeted women between January and July, often making degrading comments while touching them. 2 other officers, a captain and a former deputy, were also charged with forgery for falsifying court documents. Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
An expert in population data says St. Louis should be a significantly larger region today, but birth rates are no longer making up for people moving away.
For the past 55 years, more people have left our region than have moved in. We just haven't seen it because we had so many babies born. It was able to offset that loss.
SLU professor Ness Sandoval, he says we have fewer young families than decades ago. In fact, he says we're the 9th oldest region in the country.
Reverend Larry Rice is calling on St. Louis County to use its share of its RAM settlement money to fund emergency aid for the homeless this winter instead of spending it on the animal shelter. Rice's $600,000 proposal includes $500,000 for hotel vouchers. He warns the county council that failing to act will have dangerous consequences.
The alternative is to leave people out there to experience hypothermia, unnecessary suffering, the loss of limbs due to frostbite.
Rice says so far no county council members have committed to sponsoring the legislation.
Former St. Louis Mayor Jim Conway passed away on Tuesday. He served the city for 1 term, but his political career was pretty long.
Mayor Conway, a Democrat, served from 1977 to 81, but his son, former St. Louis Alderman Steve Conway, says his dad was a state representative in 1966 and in 74 was elected to the state Senate.
Main things that he had done was actually do what they call the circuit breaker bill, and which was the first property tax type of credit for the elderly and the disabled.
Mayor Conway also sponsored the bill creating the Land Reutilization Authority in the city of St. Louis, and in the early 70s, Mayor Conway co-sponsored legislation that developed a zoo museum district to finance those institutions with property taxes. And Mr. Conway passed an amendment the zoo would be admission-free to everyone. Maria Aquina, KMOX News.
Well, time is here. Make that trek to the tree farm or the place where you get Christmas trees and stuff. Rick Dungery, Executive Director of Christmas Spirit Foundation and the National Christmas Tree Association, says the supply is pretty good this year.
I think there's going to be a great inventory. Thanksgiving is really late again on the calendar. It's not until November 27th, so sales season starts a little bit late.
So late. It's today. Prices should be comparable to last year, and where last year had some inventory issues. That is not the case this year. Nature's been nice.
Did you know that nearly 8% of U.S. turkeys come from Missouri? Blake Rollins.
I didn't know
true.
that.
It's true. Blake Rollins is Executive VP of the Poultry Federation.
15,000 jobs are connected to Missouri turkey production. We're the 5th largest turkey producing state in America.
And it's the season for holiday parties, and that may mean you're drinking a few more alcoholic beverages than normal.
Alcohol is a toxin, so it's going to have some negative impacts depending on the amount.
Michelle Wilson is a registered dietitian with Brands Nutrition. She says it can impact our liver and GI system and can reduce nutrition absorption.
Thiamine or B1, B12, folic acid, and zinc. And also, whenever we are throwing up or having diarrhea, we're losing a lot of fluid, and alcohol is already dehydrating because your body's trying to get rid of toxins and it needs to use a lot of fluid to do that.
Alcohol also has a lot of calories, but Wilson warns against cutting out the food your body needs to compensate. Megan Lynch, KMOX News.
The Business Desk is sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com. After nearly 30 years in business, Lottawatta Creek in Fairview Heights has permanently closed. Owner Ken Archer posted the last day of service was Sunday. The closure comes just a few months after the restaurant tried to switch to a counter service model to cut costs. Archer says the business had failed to turn a profit for more than a year. He now plans to focus on his quick service location, Lottawatta Creek's Chicken Shack in Florissant.
KMOX News Time is 6:10. Check weather coming up.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
This hour of Total Information AM is sponsored by Gamma Tree Experts.
KMOX AccuWeather, a winter storm watch from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening. Thanksgiving Day will turn out mainly sunny, brisk and chilly, high 42. Clear and cold tonight, though, 20 to 24. Cold tomorrow, sunshine will fade, be at increasing clouds, high 39. Snow will arrive late tomorrow night with lows near 30. Saturday, breezy and cold. Snow will mix with sleet and rain in the morning before changing to mainly rain in the afternoon before it ends in the evening. Snow can accumulate 1 to 3 inches with slick travel before the changeover, the high late Saturday, 39. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Thank you, Joe. It's chilly this morning in St. Peter's. Clear skies in 30. Florissant, 29 degrees. Clear downtown now at 31 degrees.
At Lowe's, members save more. Thanksgiving Day, members get online-only early access to Black Friday doorbuster deals, like the Hisense side-by-side fridge, just $7.99, valid 11/27 only on Lowe's.com. Ends midnight ET, subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com for details.
KMOX News Time, 6:13. With dangerously low temperatures expected to sweep across the region this holiday weekend, Peter and Paul Community Services is opening an overflow winter weather shelter to protect the homeless from the cold. The emergency shelter opens today from the organization's community campus on North Florissant Avenue, formerly the Little Sisters of the Poor nursing home. Peter and Paul is running a nightly shuttle from 5 to 8 from the former Save-A-Lot on Natural Bridge.
Lots of traveling this week. CBS News senior national transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve set off on the road, heading north to Washington.
It's go time for many of the more than 73 million Americans AAA expects to drive 50 miles or more this Thanksgiving. And we are among them, starting before sunrise.
This is what you want to see if you are driving somewhere for Thanksgiving.
It's more than 400 miles from Charlotte, North Carolina to Washington, D.C. No issues for us getting to the Raleigh airport, while winter weather across the north contributed to thousands of flight delays.
Missouri State Highway Patrol is gearing up for one of the busiest travel weekends this year, and with it, a rise in impaired driving. Lieutenant Eric Brown says to keep roads safe, extra troopers will be out there.
The Wednesday before Thanksgiving is actually one of the busiest bar nights of the year. You know, we have a lot of extra vehicles on the road. People are going to be using substances that impair their ability to drive and be on those roadways. So we focus a lot of our efforts in those nighttime hours when it occurs the most.
Someone stole a box truck filled with 500 donated turkeys in Southern California.
The nonprofit You Are Important Foundation in Lake Elsinore was going to distribute the frozen turkeys to families, pantries, and churches for Thanksgiving. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office says it is reviewing video footage of the theft. Foundation Director Alexa Olive.
I'm not upset or angry. This is just another mountain for us to climb, and we're going to climb it and we're going to conquer it.
Donors who heard about the theft stepped up and gave enough money to replace 200 of the turkeys. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Blues hockey, another overtime loss yesterday. They fall in New Jersey by a 3-2 score during a 5-game road trip. They suffer 3 overtime losses. The Blues led this game by a 1-0 score and also by a 2-1 score in the first period, but then they don't score again in the game. Despite that, head coach Jim Montgomery after the game said that despite having that first period lead and despite the fact that they scored their 2 goals in the first period, he actually liked the way the team played better later in the game.
You know, our first period we were up 2-1, but we I thought Devils outplayed us. We weren't intent. Too many turnovers, weren't physical enough. I thought we started to do that the last 2 periods. We only had 5 turnovers in a second. I thought we generated a lot of offensive zone time. We weren't able to finish. But we had a lot of good looks. The D-men were active. And it continued in the third. You know, we didn't take advantage of the 4-minute power play, unfortunately.
So a somewhat disappointing 5-game road trip where they only win once. They do get points in 4 of the games, though, as they suffer 3 overtime losses, the 1 win, and then also a regulation loss. Montgomery gave an assessment of the road trip.
A very competitive road trip. We've improved defensively. Offensively, still not nearly hard enough to score consistently in this league.
Cam Fowler and Robert Thomas scoring for the Blues, who get back home coming up on Friday when they're going to match up against Ottawa. A big one today for the St. Louis University men's basketball team. They are going to take on Santa Clara at an event in Palm Desert, California. Each team comes in undefeated. SLU 5-0. Santa Clara is 6-0. Santa Clara has a pretty good resume. They've won at Xavier and also a home win against Nevada. Today's game is going to start at 6 o'clock, 5:45 6:45 pregame. You'll be able to hear it on 11:20 a.m., and they'll be joined on 104.1 FM after the Chiefs game wraps up. More on the Chiefs coming up in just a moment. SLU women's basketball, they lose to Stetson yesterday, 77-67 in Nashville. Men's basketball from yesterday, Southern Illinois losing at Memphis, 74-58, and Southeast Missouri State losing at Northern Arizona, 79-72. Missouri football, according to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the Board of Curators at Missouri met in a closed session yesterday afternoon and have approved a possible contract extension for Eli Drinkwitz, the head football coach of the Tigers. That deal has not yet been signed by Drinkwitz, but this is seen as a good step forward for the program, retaining Drinkwitz moving forward. In baseball, Dylan Cease comes off the board. The free agent starting pitcher has signed a 7-year, $210 million contract with the Toronto Blue Jays. And the Kansas City Chiefs in action today. They are on the road to take on the Dallas Cowboys. 3:30 kickoff right here on 104.1 FM KMOX. Matt Paul.
Bernie Miklas here for
KMOX
Saliga
Sports.
Heating and Cooling, a Daikin comfort dealer. The Saliga family's been taking great care of St. Louis since 1927 and still have the best and most trustworthy customer service in town. Saliga can handle all of your heating and air conditioning needs for home or business. They offer free estimates and financing options, and they won't leave you hanging if there's an emergency. The Miklas family's been calling on Saliga for more than 15 years, and we fully appreciate their knowledge, their class, and their integrity. Saliga's never tried to pressure us. They always take the time to discuss all the available options, including low-cost solutions. Saliga has saved us good money with their Priority Club maintenance program, which extends the life of our equipment. Members receive priority service and the peace of mind in knowing their home will be safe and comfortable during all 4 seasons. The Miklas family truly values Saliga Heating and Cooling, and you will too. For more information, call Saliga at 314-481-7333 or visit SaligaHeatingandCooling.com.
This month's Siteman Cancer Center Spotlight, Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month, Dr. Rohina Pani.
In the field, we have made a real progress, especially in the last decade. We have much more safer ways of delivering the treatments like chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and novel combinations like immunotherapy. And there are almost always multiple clinical trials going on with immunotherapy combinations, personalized approaches like patient's own cancer-specific vaccine, which tailor the treatment to that patient's own genetic makeup. And those trials are areas that when you see when a patient is diagnosed, I highly encourage them to talk to their providers about knowing more about clinical trials for their stage of disease, because the field is really advancing and there will be significant breakthroughs in the next few years.
Siteman Cancer Center, national leaders in cancer. For more information, visit siteman.wustl.edu.
Total Information AM on 104.1 FM KMOX.
There is a winter storm watch from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening. So let's start with Thanksgiving Day. High of 42 degrees. Overnight, it's going to get down to around 22. Then tomorrow, 39 with increasing clouds and the snow, yes, snow arriving late tomorrow night. Low of 30. Saturday is when we're going to have the most precipitation, mixing with sleet and rain in the morning, then becoming mainly rain in the afternoon before ending in the evening. The snow could be accumulating to 1 to 3 inches. So watch out on travel, especially on Saturday, high of 39. Sunday, only 29 degrees, so whatever's on the ground is going to stay there through Monday. We might even have some more flurries on Monday. High of only 28 degrees as we head into the first day of December. Right now we have 30 degrees in St. Peter's, 29 in Florissant, and 31 under clear skies downtown.
Stu.
We're going to have a little chat.
Just going to have a little chat with this guy. Stu.
That's right. It is a special Thanksgiving edition of Chat with Stu Mac. Good morning.
We're so scared. What's going to happen?
Don't know.
A live edition of Chat with Stu Mac. This hasn't really been done before. Maybe one
other time.
We did it one other time. That aside, Stuart McMillan here, and we had some new Thanksgiving traditions this year, and they're like, wait a minute, you already had your Thanksgiving. New? Yeah, we did something new this year, or I did, and everybody just partook in the taking of the bread.
So, wait, Thanksgiving is today.
It is, but
you already celebrated it?
We kind of already celebrated it, we had it on Sunday because that's when the whole family could get together in one day. So Jennifer made the turkey, and we had all the sides that you could want, all the different casserole dishes and everything you can think of. And I decided this year I was going to dip into my late great-grandmother's old recipe book and make, which was a gold medal Century of Success cookbook. It was 100.
That looks like a century old.
Well, when it was released, it was recipes that were 100 years old.
Oh, really?
And so I thought this would be super interesting to make. So I made a special bread in here called a Sally Lunn. Now, it has a really interesting backstory because everything I do in my life has a backstory.
Yeah, of course.
I don't do anything in my life unless it has a backstory. I don't even go to the bathroom unless... No. Okay. So Sally Lunn, it's a pretty simple recipe, and I'll show you what it looks like. You see the picture of it
Who
here.
is Sally Lunn?
Well, that's where
That's the backstory?
I'm getting there. Calm down. Okay. So there's a legend has it. It goes back to the 1600s. This really old bread recipe.
I hope the bread's not that old.
Well, it's the bread. I just made it. I just made it a couple days ago. I have it with me today. I'm going to slice some of it and give it to James O'Sullivan and Scott Jagow on a live
Very nice
edition
of you.
Chat with Stu Mac Live. So legend has it from her home in France, she was being persecuted by the French nation at the time. There was an edict by the king to kind of cruel to Protestant Huguenots who lived there in France. So, and they were the followers of a reformer named John Calvin. And she fled France to England, 1680s or so, and landed on this Lilliput Alley in Bath, England. And she found employment there with a baker. She had brought her recipe of this bread, and it just took off like wildfire. And so from then on, it became a huge tradition. And in French, there's a saying that's like sun and moon, and it kind of sounds like Sally Lunn. I'm not even going to try to speak French to you right now, but it kind of sounds like Sally Lunn. And the way she would bake them is that the top would be a little bit crispy and brown, and the bottom would be white. So it was like sun and moon kind of looking bread. So much time goes by, and it's kind of morphed into a big, giant piece of cake-looking bread, although it doesn't taste like cake at all. But you make it in this particular pan that makes it look like a cake.
Did the English settlers bring this over here?
Fast forward to colonial America.
Mm-hmm.
It lands here. It's carried over the traditions of the Sally Lunn. And from what we can find out is that it was popularized by the first president of the United States. George Washington's favorite bread was Sally Lunn. He was said to eat it for breakfast often. He did it so often they called it Washington's breakfast bread, otherwise known as federal bread.
Speaking of breakfast, Stu.
Yes.
When are we going to get to eat it?
So I did this whole story the other day, and there was such a huge buildup for this bread. And I was kind of scared that no one would like it.
Bread is hard to make.
It's not
I
easy.
mean, in general.
It takes several hours. There's a lot of it's a lot of letting it sit and letting it rise again, and then beating it back down and letting it rise again. So there's a lot of that, and you have to put like boiling water underneath it for a while and let it kind of stew in that and all this stuff. So there's all kinds of different things. You guys want butter?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So this homemade butter by Jennifer.
Homemade butter?
Yes.
Man, we were going all out this morning.
Sally Lunn bread with homemade butter. Let's see if I can get here. I'll just slap some on there, and then you guys can, try it and eat it. So the texture.
It looks kind of like cornbread.
It kind of has that consistency, although it's a little bit crumbly. As you can tell, it's kind of crumbling here. But I have 2 plates. Let's see if I can get this thing off of there. So when I explained it was a huge buildup in the story, and I was afraid that, nobody was going to like it, or something. And everybody ended up liking it. So if you guys don't like it, well,
spit it
you're
out.
Liars. That's what you are. All right, James, here's yours. And
bring it on over here. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay,
you got to try the Sally Lunn bread.
It definitely has a cornbread-ish thing.
All right, he's trying the bread right now. He's taking one bite. There's butter on his lips. It's good when you got butter on your lips.
That's pretty good.
Is it pretty good?
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a sweet. There's sweetness to it.
Yeah.
I made it with it's got sugar in the ingredients, but the ingredients are just yeast, lukewarm milk that's scalded and cooled, the sugar, salt, 2 eggs, shortening, and flour. That's literally it. Most of it's the process of making it.
Yeah.
And this is not one that you need a lot where you slap it around and all that stuff. This is one you just kind of beat a few times and get it into, the pan and put it in the oven. And now you have Federal bread, which sometimes I shorten it, Fed bread.
Fed bread.
Fed bread.
Nice.
Fed bread. Washington's breakfast bread here on Thanksgiving.
Great addition to the Thanksgiving
and
tradition.
And a new tradition in the McMillan household. I think I'm going to do this every year for
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
I love it. And thanks for the backstory. Appreciate it.
Everything's got a backstory.
It is 6:28, and your time check is sponsored by Jerry Kelly Heating, Air Conditioning, Electrical, and Plumbing.
It's time for a $98 furnace tune-up.
Overhead Door Company of St. Louis, the genuine, the original, present 100 years of KMOX.
Live from Forest Park.
There, when we took it to the streets.
We're standing in the Lindell Pavilion across from the Jefferson Memorial in Forest Park, where the Jack Carney Parade is passing in review.
Now we take you to Don Miller. Don is flying around in the KMOX jet copter. He has an overview of the entire parade.
Okay, Mike, and I just wish that everyone could have our panoramic view of this spectacle.
And that'll wrap it up from the reviewing stand in the Jack Carney. It's great to be an American. It's great to be a St. Louisan, and nobody asked me to be in a parade before. Parade. I'm Bob Costas.
There for every headline, every heartbreak, every heartbeat. KMOX. The voice of St. Louis. Brought to you by the Polar Express at St. Louis Union Station. Get your tickets now at stlpolarexpressride.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
St. Louis Auto Show returns January 22nd through 25th at the America Center. Bring the whole family and explore hundreds of new vehicles from the world's biggest automotive brands. Then get up close and personal with the coolest, most expensive rides ever created at the $1 Million Mile. There's even something for the kids with our Mid-America Chevy dealers sponsored Kids Zone. Get your tickets today at stlautoshow.com. Kids 12 and under get in free. That's stlautoshow.com.
For residential and commercial heating repairs, service, maintenance, or installation, contact Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Installation. With over 50 years of HVAC service, get in your comfort zone this winter. Visit aircomfortservice.com. That's aircomfortservice.com.
This Thanksgiving, KMOX has your holiday sports feast. It all starts on KMOX 104.1 FM at 2 o'clock with full game coverage of the Kansas City Chiefs. Then keep the action rolling as the St. Louis Billikens tip off their holiday matchup. Pre-game starts at 5:45 on KMOX 1120 AM. When Chiefs coverage wraps up, KMOX FM will join Billikens basketball already in progress. A Thanksgiving doubleheader, Chiefs and Billikens, only on America's Sports Voice, KMOX.
At 6:31, we have partly cloudy skies, 31 degrees downtown at the Arch. Good morning, I'm Stuart McMillan.
And I'm Scott Jagow. There is a winter storm watch in effect from late tomorrow night through Saturday night. Today's high for Thanksgiving, 42 degrees. It's going to get chilly overnight, around 20, and then about 40 degrees for tomorrow. The snow may arrive tomorrow night into Saturday, mixing with sleet and rain, then becoming rain by the evening hour. We could get 1 to 3 inches, so there could be some travel issues, and it's only going to be 29 on Sunday and 28 on Monday. Right now, it is 30 degrees at 6:32.
Sports gambling is coming to Missouri less than a week. However, a certain form of betting has already been legal in the Show Me State.
The growing prediction market industry has been able to circumvent Missouri's expiring ban on sports gambling while regulators fight them in the courts. Ryan Butler with Covers.com says websites like Kalshi go under the radar of regulators because their bets are treated like stock trading between two people on either side of a bet.
Kind of regulated and act like stocks. That is what these prediction markets have argued in the courts to varying degrees of success. It has been ongoing legal battle.
Butler says the sports books soon coming to Missouri are able to offer more bets and better protections for gamblers than prediction markets do. Sean Malone, KMOX News.
We have an update on charter school St. Louis Voices Academy of Media Arts. It was forced to close over a lack of security protocols and practices.
SLVA has notified Missouri Department of Education that effective Tuesday, December 2nd, they will switch to virtual classes only after the Charter School Commission said they could not reopen the school following the holiday. The founder of the school, Holly Russell West, tells DESE students will be instructed on procedures and materials for use in the virtual learning process starting Monday. They say parents have been notified of the closure and students are not being allowed in the school. SLVA says it will work with the Charter Public School Commission for students who want to transfer. Maria Kina, KMOX News.
Retailers are expecting a 4% increase over last year, taking us over $1 trillion. KMOX business analyst Jerome Katz.
The thing about that is between the increase in cost and tariffs and the inflation rate just in general, that 4% is really only 2% new sales compared to last year.
Katz goes on to say electronics will be in great shape and great supply with great discounts, and clothing is different, though.
A lot of that clothing is imported. A lot of the importers weren't sure how much to bring in given the tariffs.
And that means you might find the number of sizes less.
We've got more business coming up. This news is sponsored by Michael's Flooring Outlet, the flooring experts, michaelsflooringoutlet.com. It is a Thanksgiving edition of Total Information AM at 6:34.
What's up, Missouri? Tony Gonzalez here. I've spent a lot of Sundays right here playing in front of the best fans in football. And now it's almost your turn to get in the game because DraftKings Sportsbook is coming to the Show Me State on December 1st. Soon you'll get fast payouts when you win, a safe and secure app that's easy to use, and promos that keep the action going all season long. It's America's top-rated sportsbook app. New customers can sign up right now and score $300 in bonus bets on launch day, December 1st.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code KMOX. New Missouri customers, sign up today and score $300 in bonus bets once we're live. That's code KMOX. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook. Subject to regulatory licensing requirements. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
At 6:35, it's time for Your Money Report, sponsored by Eamon Gattner and Capriano Elder Law Attorneys.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Cannabis is in. Booze is out for the Thanksgiving holiday as people use cannabis-infused foods for cooking.
There's a lot of oil or butter-based things that you can use almost just as a regular ingredient. So you just swap out regular butter or oil for that.
New Jersey-based Zoe, who previously worked in the cannabis industry, is also into cannabis-infused dessert.
If you're doing anything with chocolate, the easiest way to do that would probably be to get a chocolate bar from a dispensary and either melt it down or shave it on top of something.
It's not just cooking either. More Americans looking to relax this Thanksgiving may reach for a marijuana vape, gummy, or hemp-based THC beverage instead of alcohol. Miguel Trinidad, chef at the New York City restaurant, 99th floor.
A lot of people are coming out of the cannabis closet. It's something that's becoming normalized.
Recreational marijuana, still only legal in 24 states, but the day before Thanksgiving is already one of the biggest legal marijuana sales days of the year. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls, whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie, the best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Thank you, St. Louis, for making Genesis of St. Charles the #1 Genesis dealer in Missouri for 2025. We know your time is valuable. That's why every purchase comes with 3 years of complimentary Genesis service valet. Unlock your e-price and save. That means complimentary vehicle pickup and delivery, plus a loaner vehicle at no additional cost. Or want something new? We'll bring the test drive to you. Visit GenesisofStCharles.com during the Genesis Signature event. Based on GMA sales records for 2024. See dealer for details.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you can find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay. Things people love.
The Woodlands of Arnold campus offers skilled rehab, a beautiful assisted living community, and a secure memory care to keep your loved ones safe. Check us out at rspseniorliving.com. That's rspseniorliving.com.
It's an NFL double play Sunday on KMOX. First up, it's the Falcons at the Jets.
Siteman Cancer Center game time, 11:30 a.m. Siteman Cancer Center, national leaders in cancer.
Then the Vikings at the Seahawks. Back-to-back football this Sunday on America's Sports Voice. 104.1 FM KMOX.
It is 6:40. There's a new champion for world's biggest city.
The United Nations says Indonesia's capital, Jakarta, is now the world's largest city with a population of nearly 42 million residents. It edged out Bangladesh's capital, Dhaka, with 36.6 million, although the UN expects it to be tops by mid-century. 9 out of 10 of the most populated cities around the globe are located in Asia. The other one is Cairo, with 25 million at number 7, twice the population of our Big Apple, New York. Nearly half of the planet's 8.2 billion people now live in cities. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Happy Thanksgiving, and we do have a winter storm watch to talk about right now with our AccuWeather meteorologist, Joe Lundberg. Good morning, Joe.
And we do. That's a system that's going to be coming out of the Rockies and moving across our bow, if you will, late tomorrow night and through the day on Saturday. Ahead of it today is going to be a cold Thanksgiving Day, but with a fair amount of sunshine. We'll look at a high of about 42. Then overnight tonight, clear to partly cloudy skies. It is going to be cold, temperatures between 20 and 24. Tomorrow, the sunshine will fade be an increasing clouds, but a dry day if you're out and about tomorrow, and even into tomorrow evening, the high 39. Looks like snow will arrive in the pre-dawn hours of Saturday, and then that'll start to mix with sleet and rain Saturday morning, and then change over to mainly rain in the afternoon before it all comes to an end. But before that changeover, we think 1 to 3 inches can accumulate to make things very slippery for the Saturday morning drive, wherever you might be going. The higher amounts are certainly in play in the northern suburbs. A late day high well into the 30s. Behind it, it's even colder on Sunday. Lots of clouds, only 29. It stays cloudy and cold Monday. Temperatures in the upper 20s with a chance for a bit of snow or flurries. Right now, 29 at St. Peter, 30 in Florissant. It is mainly clear, and 33 downtown at the Arch. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Hey, Joe, Stuart McMillan here. I wanted to ask you about the upcoming snow system since it's our first one this winter. Last winter, we had a lot of issues around St. Louis about things just getting plowed, the streets getting plowed. Is this system, you think, going to be a problem for those snowplows? Are they going to be able to keep up with this system, do you think?
I think so, and thankfully it comes at a time late Friday night, early Saturday morning when traffic should be low, so that shouldn't be getting in the way. I know it's also a holiday weekend, and so maybe a lot of people will be asleep when the snow is breaking out across the area, but it's certainly going to be cold enough that it will stick, and it will come down at a pretty steady clip for about a 4 or 5 hour period before starting to mix with sleet and rain, and then hopefully we'll start to wash a lot of stuff away. But the worst of it's going to be Saturday morning, no doubt about it.
Well, I'll be in a turkey coma by then, so.
You and me both.
All right, Joe, thanks so much.
Thanks, Joe. It is 6:42. There's a way to get help for Thanksgiving Day cooking and preparation. Stephen Kaufman reports you can find some maybe right at home.
For the kiddies in Mrs. Reynolds' kindergarten class, the first order of business is knowing where to find a turkey.
At the farm, in the forest, jungle.
Getting the bird ready for the oven takes serious thought.
Make it stop running around and around so you can put it in the oven.
After the oven, some add-ons.
Sprinkles, ice cream.
Then it's time for family and friends to enjoy.
It's ready, and we have to share it for the people that they love.
Stephen Kaufman, CBS News, Prescott, Arizona.
Campbell's has announced a major shakeup in its executive ranks.
Following an internal investigation, the Campbell's company announced that it has fired one of its executives. This comes after the release of an audio recording that allegedly captured the executive calling Campbell's products food for poor people. He's been identified as Martin Bally, a VP in the company's information technology department. Campbell says they believe he is the voice on the recording and called his comments vulgar, offensive, and false. Jen Clark, CBS News.
The annual Feeding the Community Thanksgiving dinner takes place tomorrow at St. John's Episcopal Church on Arsenal in Tower Grove South. It's hosted by Pride St. Louis. It's free, open to all. Jordan Braxton with Pride says it's about supporting each other during uncertain and difficult times and making sure no one is alone during the holidays. Meals can be pre-ordered, carried out, dine-in, or delivered tomorrow between 2 and 4.
Kelly Clarkson just hit a major milestone.
And all you'd ever hear me say is how.
All right, she's now officially part of the Spotify Billions Club. Her iconic breakup album, the anthem Since You Been Gone, crossed 1 billion streams, marking her first song to reach the milestone, released back in 2004. Remember 2004?
I do remember 2004. Do you?
Yeah, Cardinals got beat by the Red Sox. That's the only reason I remember 2004. But good job, Kelly Clarkson. You know, she on that album, by the way, Breakaway, hit number 2 on Billboard Hot 100. She won a Grammy with that, earned multiple MTV Music Awards when MTV was a hot thing. Anyways, she's a billion. That's huge.
Nuts.
That's a crazy huge number. So congratulations, Kelly Clarkson. Since You've Been Gone, billion.
It is 6:45. There is a SLU Billikens men's basketball game tonight. That's at 6 o'clock, and you'll hear it right here on 104.1 FM KMOX, the voice of the Billikens. Now let's catch up with Matt Pauley.
The Billikens play a big one today as they match up against Santa Clara, opening up their run at an event taking place in Palm Desert, California. It is a matchup of 2 undefeated teams. SLU is 5-0, Santa Clara 6-0. For the Billikens at 5-0, it's their best start since 2020, and right now they are one of the best offensive teams in the nation, 12th in all of the NCAA, scoring just over 95 points per game. A 6 o'clock tip-off today. You can hear the start on 11:20 a.m., and then it will be broadcast both on 11:20 and 104.1 FM once the Kansas City Chiefs game wraps up. SLU women's basketball losing to Stetson yesterday, 77-67. Men's college basketball yesterday, Southern Illinois loses at Memphis, 74-58, and Southeast Missouri losing at Northern Arizona, 79-72. St. Louis Blues hockey, they just wrap up a 5-game East Coast road trip. They only get 1 win on the trip. 3 of the 5 games end in an overtime loss where they had a lead. That's what happened yesterday. The Blues led 1-0 in the first period on a Cam Fowler goal. Then Robert Thomas scored a goal later in the first period to give the Blues a 2-1 lead, but they would not be heard from again. They gave up to the Devils a number of top-notch scoring opportunities in that first period, and after the game, head coach Jim Montgomery really praised goaltender Jordan Binnington for keeping the team in the game.
He was excellent in the first period. I mean, maybe 3 half breakaways and then, a couple of one-timers that he just read really well and a couple of shots through screens. He was excellent. He deserved a better fate than, the 2 goals only that we got him.
The Blues certainly had their opportunities. They had a 4-minute power play in the third period when they were down by 1 goal. They do not come through, and Montgomery described what he saw during those 4 minutes.
We did have good looks. We just didn't generate the finishing chance, and some of that is, we got to make the one extra play, or maybe we need to be a little more selfish and shoot.
Blues back at it when they host Ottawa coming up on Friday. The University of Missouri Board of Curators met in a closed session yesterday. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch is reporting that they have approved a contract extension for football coach Eli Drinkwitz. He has not yet signed that extension, but this is a good sign in terms of him potentially staying at Missouri. Kansas City Chiefs football, they're in action today against the Dallas Cowboys. They will have wide receiver Rashee Rice and also running back Isaiah Pacheco. Neither have an injury designation for the game. 3:30 kickoff. We'll have the broadcast for you on 104.1 FM KMOX. One of 3 games today across the NFL. The other 2, Packers at the Lions and also Bengals at the Ravens. One other note, former St. Louis Rams running back Marshall Faulk, who's currently the running backs coach at Colorado, he's expected to become the next head coach at Southern University. Matt Pauley, KMOX Sports.
It's easy to feel apprehensive about getting screened for cancer or to just keep putting it off, but Siteman Cancer Center wants to remind you how important it is, especially after the age of 40, and they also want you to know how easy it is to get it done. GetScreenedNow.com has all the information you need on cancers like prostate, breast, colon, lung cancer. You can also find out your risk of disease by answering just a few simple questions. And then you can find one of the hundreds of screening locations in the area. Even if you're a little farther out, there is probably a place near you. You have heard this before, but catching cancer early dramatically increases the odds of a successful treatment, especially with so many cancers showing up earlier in life. So do not be intimidated. Siteman will make the process as simple as possible. GetScreenedNow.com. Do it for your family and friends who count on you. Do it for yourself. Visit GetScreenedNow.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
This holiday season, experience the power, the intensity, the legendary sound of Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Coming to Enterprise Center for 2 shows, December 23rd at 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. A portion of the proceeds from the 3 p.m. show benefits Siteman Kids at St. Louis Children's Hospital. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, 2 shows, Enterprise Center, December 23rd. For more information, KMOX.com/events.
Hey guys, Glover here for my friends Mark and Neil Gelman of eXp Realty. If you need to sell your home to buy a new one, it's never been more important to have an experienced negotiator that you can trust. You need my friends Mark and Neil Gelman on your side. 314-336-1991. Go to thegelmanteam.com.
Debbie Monterey, Megan Lynch, Tom Ackerman. Total Information AM on 104.1 FM, KMOX.
Happy Thanksgiving. It is 6:51. We do have some winter weather on the way, so let's get to Joe Lundberg, our AccuWeather meteorologist.
A winter storm watch from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening, turning out mainly sunny for Thanksgiving Day, but brisk and quite chilly, high 42. Clear and cold tonight, though, 20 to 24. Sunshine fading beyond increasing clouds tomorrow and cold, high 39. It'll cloud up tomorrow night with snow arriving late, though, 30. On Saturday, breezy and cold. Snow will mix with sleet and rain in the morning, then become mainly rain for the afternoon before it ends in the evening. There can be 1 to 3 inches of snow accumulation before that changeover takes place. The high Saturday, 39. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Thanks, Joe. Right now it's chilly, 30 degrees in St. Peter's, 31 in Florissant, clear, and 30, or mostly clear, and 30 degrees downtown at the Arch. The image many of us have as we gather for Thanksgiving in the U.S. is people stuffing themselves and napping before watching a football game. We've been portrayed as a sedentary society. But CBS News' Mark Strassman, with an Eye on America report, says there are some people fighting that impression strongly.
For this New York family, jogging has nothing to do with getting back in shape. See, they were never out of shape. Not as kids, not now, not ever. Tennis, triathlons, marathons, they keep moving. Meet the reason why.
Nice job.
Cecilia Gomez, now 93. They're Colombian-born matriarch.
I always come to watch them.
Pat Schneider is her daughter.
She does not believe you should sit down. And actually, when she was growing up, her mom used to do the same thing.
Everybody's doing something.
Everybody's doing something. No one sits still.
Knees up, left, right.
Gomez hits the gym 5 days a week.
Out, in.
We did coax her to sit long enough for an interview.
I don't like to see people sleeping in a chair.
And you like going to the gym?
I don't like it. I love it. It gives you energy, happiness, movement to your body. I think everything.
So when you start to move, everybody starts to move. Here's the surprise. Americans of all ages are becoming more active. And leading the way, young people between 15 and 24 and women over 65. A recent study showed 80% of all Americans, nearly 250 million people, are moving more. Sports, exercise, recreation. That's 25 million more people than in 2019.
They now engage in lifestyle activities that keep them living longer.
Katie Sell, a health professor at Hofstra University, also shared some bad news.
There is still a significant number of individuals here in America that are inactive.
More than 20% of us, roughly 61 million Americans, are physically inactive.
Yeah, I say get out and do something.
Of course she would. Pat Schneider quietly confessed something. Sometimes when her family's playing tennis.
I like to sit and watch them.
Don't sit for too long.
I don't sit for too long. My mother would get very angry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Cecilia Gomez won this year's National Inspiration Award from Silver Sneakers, a fitness group for seniors.
Left, right.
She earned it the way we all should, with sweat equity.
Age is just a number, right?
For Eye on America, I'm Mark Strassman in Smithtown, New York.
High vehicle prices are starting to have an interesting impact on car shoppers. This is Jeff Gilbert with the Car Chronicles. Lisa Walker, who heads Deloitte's auto team, says more buyers are seeking quality, trust, and fairness as they shop for a new vehicle, and they're willing to switch brands to get it.
Half of consumers intend to switch vehicle brand purchase when they purchase their next vehicle. And the reason for that is because of the pricing pressure that we're seeing and consumers really seeking value above price.
With the average transaction price of a vehicle topping $50,000, Walker says value-oriented buyers are also keeping their own vehicles longer and are more willing to drop out of the new car market entirely.
We certainly expect an uptick in used car purchasing.
Another Deloitte study shows 2/3 of car buyers now believe vehicles are unaffordable. With the Car Chronicles, I'm Jeff Gilbert, CBS News.
I heard it's somebody's birthday.
Birthday excitement.
It's your birthday.
Today's KMOX birthday shout out, sponsored by Renner Garage Door, RENNER, forward and back, family owned and top rated, RennerDoorSTL.com. We do have some Thanksgiving birthdays today. We'll start with Caroline Kennedy, who is 68 years old. Unfortunately, she got some really bad news this past week.
Really?
That her daughter, who's 36, has terminal cancer, a very rare form of leukemia. She just gave birth to her second child, I believe, and the doctor noticed that her white blood cell count was odd.
Wow.
And then she wrote an essay, I think, in the New Yorker or New York Magazine. Her her daughter did, exposing this terminal diagnosis.
Wow.
So not a great week.
Yeah,
her.
a bittersweet birthday and Thanksgiving, I'm sure, in the household of the Kennedys.
Sad. Actor Allison Pill was born on this date in 1985. Did you watch Newsroom?
I did.
I got
clips of it. I
Jeff Daniels, one of my favorite guys.
He's great.
I got a clip here.
I'm an associate producer.
Since when?
About 2 hours ago.
That's great.
And you're wasting my time. You guys duke it out over who my boss is, but I'd like to get this one thing right.
She was good.
Oh, that sounds like
I think I watched.
That sounds like James O'Sullivan. I mean, kind of producer. Get to work, guys. What are you doing?
I think that I watched it through twice.
I need to watch it all the way through.
When it was on, then years later, I went back to it. I just enjoyed the whole idea of it. And
it's on my list of like news, movies, and shows to watch. I've watched bits of it, but clips of it I've seen is amazing.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
You can't help but get up and when I was a kid, this was it. Science rules, man.
Bill Nye, the Science Guy, born this day in 1955, so he is 70 years old. Happy birthday, Bill.
Local celebrities, Michelle Munns, a birthday on this date, and Cheryl Henglier of Lebanon, Illinois, from yesterday's Kids.
This is the best birthday ever.
Warehouses are increasingly relying on robots for operations, and a British robotics company is standing tall above its rivals. Dexery's robots are between 10 and 46 feet tall, and rather than being tasked with lifting and sorting packages, Dexery's robots provide a continuous stream of data while autonomously navigating warehouses. Dexery just raised $165 million to expand its fleet in the U.S. I'm Jason Brooks.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
At Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital, every moment with our patients is a gift. Thanks to supporters like you, children have hope as they fight serious illness and reach incredible milestones. Please donate today at treeofhope.org.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Join us. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
KMOX AM St. Louis, KMOX FM Hazelwood.
This is the CBS News World News Roundup, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Wallace. President Trump calls yesterday's shootings of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. an act of terror. Both victims are in critical condition. CBS's Nicole Skanga has learned more about the gunman.
Homeland Security has identified the suspect as 29-year-old Afghan national Rahmanullah Lakhanwal, who entered the U.S. in September 2021. He's in critical condition, and officials say he's not cooperating with investigators.
CBS News has learned a third guardsman stabbed the gunman with a pocket knife while a fourth shot him multiple times. Lakhanwal was one of thousands of Afghans who were evacuated from Afghanistan after helping the U.S. military there. He was granted asylum earlier this year. CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd.
It is an outstanding question about whether new information, bad information about this Afghan national did surface after he entered, and if so, if law enforcement did act upon that information.
In New York, many people were up early to secure their spots along the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade route.
Here at the start of the parade at 77th and Central Park West, folks like Rosa were lined up by 3 in the morning to get a front row seat.
Family tradition for us.
It is good, okay.
Yes. My son looks forward to it every year.
Absolutely, right?
He looks forward to it every year. And anything that makes him happy, we're willing to do it for them.
See, that's Thanksgiving. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
And there's people around the world who would like to be right where you're standing, right?
I know.
So it's like a privilege and it's a blessing,
It appears the weather and the wind cooperating for the famous balloons. Glenn Schuck for CBS News, New York.
Fire officials in Hong Kong just raised the death toll from a high-rise fire to 65. CBS's Holly Williams.
More than a day after the blaze began, hundreds are still missing. The grim task of counting all of the dead is just beginning.
Investigators believe scaffolding made of bamboo helped the fire spread to 7 apartment towers. Police have arrested 3 construction company executives for manslaughter. Pope Leo has begun his first foreign trip as Pope in Turkey.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Before getting off his plane, the Pope shared his goals for the trip.
We hope to announce, transmit, and proclaim how important peace is throughout the world, and to invite all people to come together to search for greater unity.
Pope Leo will also visit Lebanon. An American astronaut and 2 Russians have taken off from Kazakhstan, bound for the International Space Station. The trio will spend 8 months in orbit. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls, whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
More families are skipping the kitchen this Thanksgiving.
A third of Americans plan to order takeout or delivery for their Thanksgiving feast. Nearly 20% will eat their Thanksgiving meal at a restaurant, according to a new survey. This Roanoke, Virginia restaurant general manager has noticed the growing trend.
That whole family tradition, it just seems like more, let's go out and relax and have a good time, and then we don't have to worry about the cleanup.
Some families think it's cheaper to eat out than to buy all the ingredients for a full Thanksgiving feast. Jim Krasula, CBS News, Roanoke, Virginia.
The FDA has issued a warning about 19 types of aluminum and brass cookware that may contain lead that could leach into people's food. They include the brand name Sonex, IKM, Craftwares, Lotus Mom, Silver Horse, Chef Milk, Dolphin, and Royal Kitchen. All of the suspect cookware is made outside the U.S., mostly in India. People who have it, the FDA says, should throw it out. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
At 7:05, we have clear skies, 30 degrees downtown at the Arch. Today is Thanksgiving Day, November the 27th. Good morning. I'm Stuart McMillan.
And I'm Scott Jagow. A young mother who lost her home in the May 16th tornado testified before the St. Louis County Council. She pleaded for help as winter approaches. The woman supports the Reverend Larry Rice's plan to use the county's Rams settlement money for hotel vouchers, describing the struggle to keep her family healthy without stable housing.
Some days we go without taking a shower or something like that, you know? And like I said, it's hard. And then as it get cold, we sick every other day.
Rice is pushing St. Louis County to step in, arguing that existing shelters in the city are full.
Disturbing allegations of abuse surface involving deputies in southern Missouri.
Prosecutors describe a pattern of predatory behavior in the Shannon County Sheriff's Office, charging a deputy with 7 counts of sexual misconduct and sodomy. The charging documents allege Deputy Thomas Manning repeatedly stopped women and forced them to expose themselves or grope them over their clothing. The investigation identified multiple victims who say they were abused during traffic stops. Attorney General Catherine Hanaway also charged 2 other officers with forgery, calling the corruption, quote, a disgrace to the badge. Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
It's true today that the zoo is for free, and so the zoo cannot charge an admission.
That's former St. Louis Alderman Steve Conway on his father, Jim Conway, the former mayor of St. Louis from 1977 to 1981. He passed away on Tuesday. Mayor Conway sponsored a bill that created the Land Reutilization Authority, or LRA, in St. Louis, and also
revitalization, redevelopment here in the city of St. Louis. His victory party was at the abandoned, empty Union Station.
Mayor Conway only served 1 term, losing to Vince Schomel.
St. Louis Voices Academy of Media Arts, the charter school in the Park Pacific building, also the home of KMOX Radio, ordered to close because of security lapses while providing virtual learning starting on Tuesday.
SLVA has sent a letter to Missouri's Department of Education explaining their plan. They will provide virtual instruction to students Monday, then Tuesday start virtual classes. The school's founder, Holly Russell West, tells Desi parents are aware of the order to close the school and that they cannot physically be in the building. Russell West also says SLVA will work with Missouri Public School Commission for parents who want to transfer their children to another school. This follows Wednesday's commission ruling that SLVA must close and not reopen because of gross security failures. Maria Aquina, KMOX News.
The business desk is sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com. Another big day on Wall Street ahead of the holiday.
Urban Outfitters is the latest retail chain to say it's expecting strong results this holiday season, providing a boost for other retail stocks and the overall market. And an increasing number of Federal Reserve members are in favor of cutting interest rates next month, and that sentiment has fueled a 4-session winning streak. The Dow rose 314 points to 47,427. The Nasdaq rallied 189 points to 23,214, and the S&P gained 46 points to 6812. Freddie Mac reported that the 30-year fixed mortgage rate declined slightly from the previous week to 6.23%. Jason Brooks, CBS News.
KMOX News Time is now 7:08. Coming up after the break, we're going to check in to see what kind of snow accumulation we're going to have. Joe Lundberg has the latest on weather next.
Renewal by Andersen is the #1 window and door brand for customer service. Schedule your free inspection today. Call 877-WINDOWS. That's 877-WINDOWS. Or head to rbastl.com.
Hey, just check the mail. We've been invited to a seminar and dinner is free.
It's gonna be chicken, and it'll taste like Play-Doh.
Don't be fooled. All seminars are not the same. For example, Steve All, an investment advisor representative and founder of the All Financial Group, is hosting a taxes and retirement seminar at his office in Chesterfield on December 10th. Come meet Steve's newest advisor, Tracy Richardson, as she discusses the big beautiful bill, taxes on your Social Security, and more. Tracy will not only cover the hurdles you can face in retirement, but ways to keep more money in your pocket and less in Uncle Sam's. This is a complimentary event, but seating is limited, so reserve your seat today. Call 636-230-8824 or online at yourmoneymattersstl.com.
You know, hon, I've always been interested in us buying a timeshare.
I'd rather eat Play-Doh.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth LLC IPW, a registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
Adam, what are you thankful for? Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
This hour of Total Information AM is sponsored by Gamma Tree Experts.
A winter storm watch from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening, turning out mainly sunny for Thanksgiving Day, but brisk and quite chilly, high 42. Clear and cold tonight, though 20 to 24. Sunshine fading beyond increasing clouds tomorrow and cold, high 39. It'll cloud up tomorrow night with snow arriving late, though 30. On Saturday, breezy and cold. Snow will mix with sleet and rain in the morning, then become mainly rain for the afternoon before it ends in the evening. There could be 1 to 3 inches of snow accumulation before that changeover takes place, the high Saturday 39. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Little chilly this morning. It is 30 in St. Peter's, 29 in Florissant, and 30 downtown at the Gateway Arch. The time is 7:12.
An Illinois man is thankful for Thanksgiving and all other holidays after more than 30 years without his family.
Danny Davis was 20 years old when convicted in the 1992 murder of a woman in her Cairo, Illinois apartment. His attorney, Lauren Myers-Goff-Muller, with the Exoneration Project, says Davis and his brother were coerced into a guilty plea.
Because they said, if you go to trial, Danny will get the death penalty and he will die. And so they say, okay, we'll plead guilty.
3 decades later, his conviction was vacated after DNA evidence did not match Davis. He was released, and to his surprise, prosecutors filed a motion to dismiss his case altogether.
Man, it's just a blessing that I don't have to go through that.
Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News, Chicago.
Impaired driving crashes often spike during the holidays, and the State Highway Patrol says it's a troubling trend. Lieutenant Eric Brown explains to MissouriNet why these incidents increase this time of year.
You have a lot of family gatherings, you have a lot of parties, work-related gatherings, and oftentimes alcohol or other impairing substances are involved in those. It can be very dangerous, obviously, to drive impaired. We know that impaired drivers often cause crashes, often cause fatal crashes.
The Highway Patrol warns that impaired driving comes with serious consequences as well. In addition to that, there's the possibility of arrests, hefty fines, and jail time.
People worried about breaking their piggy banks can take a breath and try stacking discounts. CBS's Allison Keyes tells us, yep, it's a thing.
Worries about tariffs and inflation have gift shoppers trembling in their boots, but Bankrate senior analyst Ted Rossman says.
Retailers are having to offer discounts to get people excited.
And he says you can stack your discounts between coupons and credit cards.
Combine multiple saving strategies on the same purchase. A lot of times you can combine 2 or 3 or 4 different savings opportunities on the same item.
Allison Keyes, CBS News.
A Bankrate survey finds nearly 2 in 5 holiday shoppers are concerned about gifts costing a fortune this year.
Meanwhile, retailers say the pendulum is swinging from digital back to the physical.
Something that we're going to see specifically with Gen Z, because the world was so digitized, and now they're looking for those tangible experiences in store.
Chief Marketing Officer at Quad, Josh Golden, works with marketers around the world. His research shows consumers raised in the digital age are craving a return of touch. 74% want to shop in person and say it sparks the holiday spirit. And it extends all the way to catalogs you receive at your house.
This is me too. I'm in this group. When I receive a catalog, and this is even more exaggerated for the Gen Z audience, they find it to be an experience, a quieting, relaxing, uninterrupted experience.
Golden says Gen Z is overwhelmingly looking for a digital detox. Beth Coughlin, KMOX News.
I wouldn't mind a digital detox.
Yeah, I'd just throw my phone out in the Mississippi River for Thanksgiving. Yeah. And that's a good tip. Put your phones away for Thanksgiving. Be with your family, right? That's a good idea.
I agree with that.
Yeah, get back to the physical,
all right,
not the digital.
Well, the Blues went to OT. You know what that means. You know what that means, Stu, this season?
Troubling?
What it means for the Blues when they go to overtime.
Oh, they lose.
It means they lose.
Oh, that is a...
I'm sorry. That's
a knife to the
jugular. Facts this season. Let's catch up with Matt Pauley.
Blues hockey, another overtime loss yesterday. They fall in New Jersey by a 3-2 score during a 5-game road trip. They suffer 3 overtime losses. The Blues led this game by a 1-0 score and also by a 2-1 score in the first period, but then they don't score again in the game. Despite that, head coach Jim Montgomery after the game said that despite having that first period lead and despite the fact that they scored their 2 goals in the first period, he actually liked the way the team played better later in the game.
You know, our first period we were up 2-1, but we I thought Devils outplayed us. We weren't intent. Too many turnovers, weren't physical enough. I thought we started to do that the last 2 periods. We only had 5 turnovers in the second. Thought we generated a lot of offensive zone time. We weren't able to finish. But we had a lot of good looks. The D-men were active. And it continued in the third. You know, we didn't take advantage of the 4-minute power play, unfortunately.
So a somewhat disappointing 5-game road trip where they only win once. They do get points in 4 of the games, though, as they suffer 3 overtime losses, the 1 win, and then also a regulation loss. Montgomery gave an assessment of the road trip.
A very competitive road trip. We've improved defensively. Offensively, still not nearly hard enough to score consistently in this league.
Cam Fowler and Robert Thomas scoring for the Blues, who get back home coming up on Friday when they're going to match up against Ottawa. A big one today for the St. Louis University men's basketball team. They are going to take on Santa Clara at an event in Palm Desert, California. Each team comes in undefeated. SLU 5-0. Santa Clara is 6-0. Santa Clara has a pretty good resume. They've won at Xavier and also a home win against Nevada. Today's game is going to start at 6 o'clock, 5:45 pregame. You'll be able to hear it on 11:20 a.m. and they'll be joined on 104.1 FM after the Chiefs game wraps up. More on the Chiefs coming up in just a moment. SLU women's basketball, they lose to Stetson yesterday, 77-67 in Nashville. Men's basketball from yesterday, Southern Illinois losing at Memphis, 74-58, and Southeast Missouri State losing at Northern Arizona, 79-72. Missouri football, according to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the Board of Curators at Missouri met in a closed session yesterday afternoon and have approved a possible contract extension for Eli Drinkwitz, the head football coach of the Tigers. That deal has not yet been signed by Drinkwitz, but this is seen as a good step forward for the program, retaining Drinkwitz moving forward. In baseball, Dylan Cease comes off the board. The free agent starting pitcher has signed a 7-year, $210 million contract with the Toronto Blue Jays. And the Kansas City Chiefs in action today. They are on the road to take on the Dallas Cowboys. 3:30 kickoff right here on 104.1 FM KMOX. Matt Pauley, KMOX Sports.
Overhead Door Company of St. Louis, the genuine, the original, present 100 years of KMOX.
3-2 delivery. On its way.
There, when he became a hometown hero.
Swinging a high drive to center field. Get up, baby. Get up, baby. Get up. Oh, yeah. David Freese has just sent us into game number 7. This series is tied 3-3 with a walk-off home run here in the bottom of the 11th inning.
You know, this team deserves this, and this organization is top-notch, and these fans are unbelievable, and they are the best fans in baseball. This is definitely a dream come true.
There for every headline, every heartbreak, every heartbeat. KMOX, the voice of St. Louis. Brought to you by the Polar Express at St. Louis Union Station. Get your tickets now at stlpolarexpressride.com.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
Your morning news and information. Total Information AM.
It is 7:20. Happy Thanksgiving. And we do have a winter storm watch that is going to take effect late tomorrow night through Saturday evening. So for Turkey Day, we have a high of 42. It's going to be cold tonight, a low around 20, 22. Tomorrow, 39 degrees, increasing clouds, and the snow may arrive late tomorrow night. Breezy and cold on Saturday, snow mixing with sleet and rain in the morning, then becoming mainly rain in the afternoon. It'll end in the evening, but the snow could accumulate 1 to 3 inches, and the temperature on Saturday will be about 40. Sunday and Monday, it won't get above 30. So it'll be cold, and whatever's on the ground will probably stay for a couple of days, depending on how much there is. Right now, we have 30 in St. Peter's, 29 in Florissant. It is 30 with sunny skies and a few clouds downtown at the Arch.
Get ready for Black Friday doorbuster deals at Lowe's. Save $150 on a 30-inch Blackstone griddle, now $299. Or choose a Whirlpool washer and Medea refrigerator for just $398. Valid 11/28 to 12/1. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
Stu.
We're going to have a little chat.
Just going to have a little chat with this guy.
Stu.
That's right. It is a special Thanksgiving edition of Chat with Stu Mac. Good morning.
We're so scared. What's going to happen?
Don't know.
A live edition of Chat with Stu Mac. This hasn't really been done before. Maybe one
other time.
We did it one other time. That aside, Stuart McMillan here, and we had some new Thanksgiving traditions this year. And they're like, wait a minute, you already had your Thanksgiving. New? Yeah, we did something new this year, or I did, and everybody just partook in the taking of the bread.
So, wait, Thanksgiving is today.
It is, but
you already celebrated it?
We kind of already celebrated it. We had it on Sunday because that's when the whole family could get together in one day. So Jennifer made the turkey, and we had all the sides that you could want, all the different casserole dishes and everything you can think of. And I decided this year I was going to dip into my late great-grandmother's old recipe book and make, which was a gold medal Century of Success cookbook. It was 100.
That looks like a century old.
Well, when it was released, it was recipes that were 100 years old.
Oh, really?
And so I thought this would be super interesting to make. So I made a special bread in here called a Sally Lunn. Now, it has a really interesting backstory because everything I do in my life has a backstory.
Yeah, of course.
I don't do anything in my life unless it has a backstory. I don't even go to the bathroom unless... No. Okay. So, Sally Lunn, it's a pretty simple recipe, and I'll show you what it looks like. You see the picture of it
Who is Sally Lunn?
Well, that's where
That's the backstory?
I'm getting there. Calm down. Okay. So, there's a legend has it. It goes back to the 1600s. This is really old bread recipe.
I hope the bread's not that old.
Well, it's the bread. I just made it. I just made it a couple days ago. I have it with me today. I'm going to slice some of it and give it to James O'Sullivan and Scott Jagow on a live edition of Chat with Stu Mac Live. So legend has it from her home in France, she was being persecuted by the French nation at the time. There was an edict by the king to kind of cruel to Protestant Huguenots who lived there in France. So, and they were the followers of a reformer named John Calvin. And she fled France to England, 1680s or so, and landed on this Lilliput Alley in Bath, England. And she found employment there with a baker. She had brought her recipe of this bread, and it just took off like wildfire. And so from then on, it became a huge tradition. And in French, there's a saying that's like sun and moon, and it kind of sounds like Sally Lunn. I'm not even going to try to speak French to you right now, but it kind of sounds like Sally Lunn. And the way she would bake them is that the top would be a little bit crispy and brown, and the bottom would be white. So it was like sun and moon kind of looking bread. So much time goes by, and it's kind of morphed into a big giant piece of cake-looking bread, although it doesn't taste like cake at all. But you make it in this particular pan that makes it look like a cake.
Did the English settlers bring this over here?
Fast forward to colonial America. Mm-hmm. It lands here. It's carried over the traditions of the Sally Lunn, and from what we can find out, is that it was popularized by the first president of the United States. George Washington's favorite bread was Sally Lunn. He was said to eat it for breakfast. Often, he did it so often, they called it Washington's breakfast bread, otherwise known as federal bread.
Speaking of breakfast, Stu.
Yes.
When are we going to get to eat it?
So I did this whole story the other day, and there was such a huge buildup for this bread, and I was kind of scared that no one would like it.
Bread is hard to make.
It's not easy.
I mean, in general.
It takes several hours. There's a lot of... It's a lot of letting it sit and letting it rise again and then beating it back down and letting it rise again. So there's a lot of that, and you have to put like boiling water underneath it for a while and let it kind of, stew in that and all this stuff. So there's all kinds of different things. You guys want butter?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So this homemade butter by Jennifer.
Homemade butter?
Yes.
Man, we were going all out this morning.
Sally Lunn bread with homemade butter. Let's see if I can get here. I'll just slap some on there, and then you guys can... try it and eat it. So the texture,
it looks kind of like cornbread.
It kind of has that consistency, although it's a little bit crumbly. As you can tell, it's kind of crumbling here. But I have 2 plates. Let's see if I can get this thing off of there. So when I explained it, it was a huge buildup in the story, and I was afraid that nobody was going to like it, or something. And everybody ended up liking it. So if you guys don't like it, well,
spit it
you're
out.
Liars. That's what you are. All right, James, here's yours. And
bring it on over here. Right. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to try the Sally Lunn bread. It definitely has a cornbread-ish thing.
All right, he's trying the bread right now. He's taking one bite. There's butter on his lips. It's good when you got butter on your lips.
That's pretty good.
Is it pretty good?
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of there's sweetness to it.
Yeah.
I made it with it's got sugar in the ingredients, but the ingredients are just yeast, lukewarm milk that's scalded and cooled, the sugar, salt, 2 eggs, shortening, and flour. That's literally it. Most of it's the process of making it. Yeah. And this is not one that you need a lot where you slap it around and all that stuff. This is one you just kind of beat a few times and get it into the pan and put it in the oven. And now you have federal bread, which sometimes I shorten it, Fed bread.
Fed bread.
Fed bread.
Nice.
Fed bread. Washington's breakfast bread here on Thanksgiving.
Great addition to the Thanksgiving tradition.
And a new tradition in the McMillan household. I think I'm going to do this every year for Thanksgiving.
I love it. And thanks for the backstory. Appreciate it.
Everything's got a backstory.
It is 7:28, and your time check is sponsored by Jerry Kelly Heating, Air Conditioning, Electrical, and Plumbing.
It's time for a $98 furnace tune-up.
Who's been talking about St. Louis sports since 1985? Bernie Miklasz.
I've never understood the demands and the screeching of Cardinals fans who wanted John Mozeliak to spend more money. This idea that payroll is the only reason why you win or lose is just utterly insane because it's simply not true.
Bernie Miklasz. Hear what he has to say on the voice of the St. Louis Cardinals. 104.1 FM KMOX.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online. right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
At 7:32, we have some sun and little clouds downtown at the Arch, currently 31 degrees. Good morning, I'm Stuart McMillan.
And I'm Scott Jagow. A pretty nice Thanksgiving day, a little brisk, a little chilly, 42 for your high. That's kind of fitting for Thanksgiving. But we do have the possibility you're going to wake up Saturday morning with snow on the ground. There's a winter storm watch in effect from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening. So tomorrow will be around 40, but the clouds move in the nighttime hours, and snow arriving around midnight, low of 30. Then we have the snow mixing with sleet and rain in the morning, mostly rain in the afternoon, but we could get 1 to 3 inches of snow with a high around 40, and then we're not even going to get 30 for the highs on Sunday and Monday. Right now it is 30 degrees downtown at the Gateway Arch.
At 7:32, the latest analysis of population trends again suggests the St. Louis region needs to attract more young people in order to grow.
Our region, our 15-county MSA, is now the 9th oldest region in the country.
Speaking on Total Information AM, Ness Sandoval, professor of demography and sociology at St. Louis University, says birth rates used to compensate for the number of deaths and people moving away.
As a region ourselves, our birth rates have fallen dramatically over the past few years. And so we're one of the regions that has the lowest birth rates in the country.
Sandoval says Detroit was in a similar circumstance a decade ago, but leaders there have been able to attract young people to a downtown lifestyle. Megan Lynch, KMOX News.
Although sports gambling won't be legal in Missouri until Monday, there is a platform where you can legally place bets today.
Prediction markets are an emerging platform that allow you to place bets on nearly anything, like who will be the top Spotify artist, Zootopia 2's Rotten Tomatoes score, and yes, sporting events. Ryan Butler with Covers.com tells KMOX while they are similar, sportsbooks are safer and offer more betting options for consumers than prediction markets because they facilitate their bets between two people.
That is not too hard for what we call point spread, money line. Those are your most common bets, totals, but it is difficult for prop bets, which is betting on individual players, and even more so for parlays.
Butler says prediction markets are able to skirt regulators because their bets are head-to-head against other users and not a sports book, and therefore they consider them stock trading. Sean Malone, KMOX News.
After nearly 30 years in business, Lottawatta Creek in Fairview Heights has permanently closed. Owner Ken Archer posted that the last day of service was Sunday. The closure comes just after a few months after the restaurant attempted to switch to a counter service model to cut costs. Archer says the business had failed to turn a profit for more than a year. He now plans to focus on his quick service location, Lottawatta Creek's Chicken Shack, that's in Florissant.
The news is sponsored by Michael's Flooring Outlet, the flooring experts, michaelsflooringoutlet.com. Your business report on this Thanksgiving coming up next. It's 7:35.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
It is 7:36, and your money report is sponsored by Busey Bank.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. There may be no better backdrop for a blockbuster December at the box office than a solid November.
You're great.
Paul Dagarabedian, Senior Media Analyst at ComScore.
Last year, Thanksgiving, that week, going from the Wednesday to the day before Thanksgiving through the Sunday after, generated a record-breaking $425 million, as propelled by the massive debut of the first Wicked movie.
He says this year could be even better.
There's no going back.
After Wicked for Good had the second biggest North American opening of the year earlier this month, behind only a Minecraft movie.
We're looking for this year, after a dismal month of October, to really deliver in the holiday season, particularly in December.
And Dagarabedian is looking to Avatar: Fire and Ash, Wake Up Dead Man, A Knives Out Mystery, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and the new SpongeBob movie to upstage the November box office success. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
This is the Our Idea is Ready to Launch vision. This is the Create Great Jobs vision. This is the We Need More Space vision. This is Busey, where your business visions become realizations through securing capital for growth and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future, because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
This is Amy Mark Scores, chair of this year's Red Kettle campaign. Christmas reminds us of the challenges faced by our neighbors in need, basic needs we sometimes take for granted. When you give with joy to the Salvation Army, you transform lives. You put food on the table and provide warm beds. You give veterans and seniors purpose. You help a child experience the joy of Christmas. And 90 cents of every dollar donated goes directly to critical social services. Bring joy to the world today. Visit salarmy.us/Amy Mark Scores.
An official message from Medicare. Couple more minutes and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money. Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
For residential and commercial heating repairs, service, maintenance, or installation, contact Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Installation. With over 50 years of HVAC service, get in your comfort zone this winter. Visit aircomfortservice.com. That's aircomfortservice.com.
It's a Thanksgiving Day football feast today as the Chiefs face the Cowboys.
Siteman Cancer Center game time 2 p.m. Siteman Cancer Center, national leaders in cancer.
The Chiefs, the Cowboys, on your home for Chiefs football. 104.1 FM KMOX.
740 on the Voice of St. Louis, Total Information AM, Thanksgiving edition. I'm Stuart McMillan alongside Scott Jagow. And got to look out, folks. We got a winter weather system coming in town. And Joe Lundberg with us from AccuWeather to tell us all about it. Well, first, Joe, how's Thanksgiving going to be?
Thanksgiving's going to be bright. We're going to see sunshine. It's not going to be warm. This is a cold air mass that's in place, so we're only going to crawl back to about 42 today. And then over tonight, clear and cold with light winds. I think most places bottom out in the low to mid-20s across the area. Tomorrow, we start with sunshine, then a gradual increase in clouds throughout the day. The afternoon high will get to about 39 or 40. Clouds up tomorrow night, and we think snow breaks out before daybreak on Saturday, with lows just below the freezing mark. That snow Saturday morning will begin to mix with sleet and rain, and then it should change to mainly rain around the areas we go into the afternoon. But before that changeover, there could be a quick 1 to 3 inches and very slick travel conditions early Saturday morning. We'll get to about 39 late Saturday. Then the cold air comes pouring back in behind the storm. Upper 20s on Sunday, despite lots of clouds. Our high, again, only 29. More clouds Monday, the high 28, and there could be a bit of snow or flurries in the afternoon. Right now, we're holding steady at 29 at St. Peter's. It is 30 in Florissant and 33 degrees and mainly clear downtown at the Arch. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Joe, just one quick follow-up. Is it going to be 1 to 3 inches throughout the region, or is there some variance in here where some areas might get more?
I think there's variance. I think the southern suburbs are probably going to get a coating to an inch, and it quickly goes over to rain. But the farther north you go, the more snow there's going to be because the cold air is going to hold on much longer. I could easily see 3 to 6 inches when you get maybe 30, 40, 50 miles north of the city. So keep that in mind for your travel plans on Saturday. It could be really dicey if you're trying to get from here to Chicago, for instance.
Well, happy Thanksgiving, Joe. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving. You're welcome.
All right.
KMOX News Time is now 7:42. The Trump administration is promising justice will come for the suspect who authorities say targeted and shot 2 West Virginia National Guard troops as they patrolled the streets of the nation's capital just yesterday near the White House.
The 2 guardsmen were shot just blocks from the White House near a metro station. President Trump says they were targeted in a brazen act of violence.
This heinous assault was an act of evil, an act of hatred, and an act of terror.
A suspect is in custody. The 2 guardsmen were in critical condition as of last night.
This Thanksgiving, I ask every family to say a prayer for the 2 great heroes who were so horribly shot.
Jeffrey Carroll, Executive Assistant Chief of D.C. Metro Police, details what happened.
Members of the D.C. National Guard were on high visibility patrols in the area of 17th and I Street Northwest when a suspect came around the corner, raised his arm with a firearm and discharged it at the National Guard members.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser confirms this was no random act of violence.
This is a targeted shooting. One individual who appeared to target these guardsmen.
As a result of the shooting, President Trump announcing more National Guard troops are coming to D.C.
Tonight, I can announce that I have directed the Department of War to mobilize an additional 500 troops to help protect our capital city. We will make America totally safe again.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth lauded the 2 guardsmen who were shot as heroes.
The shooter shot in a cowardly, dastardly act, targeting the best of America. Heroes willing to serve in Washington, D.C., serve for people they don't know and they've never met.
Numerous reports indicate the shooter was believed to be an Afghan national who entered the U.S. in 2021.
And we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them.
The shooter was also shot. His wounds are not considered life-threatening. Chief Carroll said other Guard troops who were nearby held down the shooter after he was shot until police could arrive on the scene. John Stolness, Washington.
It's happened 98 times before, but there's always something new amid the old favorites. You know, I'm talking about the Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Iconic characters, old and new, will come to life at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
It's just such a special tradition.
This year's parade features 34 balloons, with the return of favorites like Snoopy and Minnie Mouse, and newcomers like Mario, Derpy Tiger from the Netflix series K-pop Demon Hunters, and
Buzz Lightyear.
Stranger Things, Pop Mart's popular Labubu characters, and the tiniest entry from Goldfish help round out the parade's 28 floats. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, New York.
One thing to note while you're watching the parade, it's supposed to be really windy in New York City today. So I think the floats might have to be closer to the ground.
Are we play some bets on which balloon flies away first or something?
Let's do that.
Okay.
The Billikens play a big one today as they match up against Santa Clara, opening up their run at an event taking place in Palm Desert, California. It is a matchup of two undefeated teams. SLU is 5-0, Santa Clara 6-0. For the Billikens at 5-0. It's their best start since 2020, and right now they are one of the best offensive teams in the nation, 12th in all of the NCAA, scoring just over 95 points per game. A 6 o'clock tip-off today. You can hear the start on 11:20 a.m., and then it will be broadcast both on 11:20 and 104.1 FM once the Kansas City Chiefs game wraps up. SLU women's basketball losing to Stetson yesterday, 77-67. Men's college basketball yesterday, Southern Illinois loses at Memphis 74-58, and Southeast Missouri losing at Northern Arizona 79-72. St. Louis Blues hockey, they just wrap up a 5-game East Coast road trip. They only get one win on the trip. 3 of the 5 games end in an overtime loss where they had a lead. That's what happened yesterday. The Blues led 1-0 in the first period on a Cam Fowler goal. Then Robert Thomas scored a goal later in the first period to give the Blues a 2-1 lead, but they would not be heard from again. They gave up to the Devils a number of top-notch scoring opportunities in that first period, and after the game, head coach Jim Montgomery really praised goaltender Jordan Binnington for keeping the team in the game.
He was excellent in the first period. I mean, maybe 3 half breakaways and then, a couple of one-timers that he just read really well and a couple of shots through screens. He was excellent. He deserved a better fate than, the 2 goals only that we got him.
The Blues certainly had their opportunities. They had a 4-minute power play in the third period when they were down by 1 goal. They do not come through, and Montgomery described what he saw during those 4 minutes.
We did have good looks. We just didn't generate the finishing chance, and some of that is, we got to make the one extra play, or maybe we need to be a little more selfish and shoot.
Blues back at it when they host Ottawa coming up on Friday. The University of Missouri Board of Curators met in a closed session yesterday. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch is reporting that they have approved a contract extension for football coach Eli Drinkwitz. He has not yet signed that extension, but this is a good sign in terms of him potentially staying at Missouri. Kansas City Chiefs football, they're in action today against the Dallas Cowboys. They will have wide receiver Rashee Rice and also running back Isaiah Pacheco. Neither have an injury designation for the game. 3:30 kickoff. We'll have the broadcast for you on 104.1 FM at KMOX. One of 3 games today across the NFL. The other 2, Packers at the Lions and also Bengals at the Ravens. One other note, former St. Louis Rams running back Marshall Faulk, who's currently the running backs coach at Colorado, he's expected to become the next head coach at Southern University. Matt Pauley, KMOX Sports.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Hey guys, Glover here for my friends at Cantor Injury Law. So as you know, I'm a lawyer, haven't practiced in a long time, but I did plaintiff's work and defense work, so I have a pretty good understanding of it. I have a pretty good idea of who's who in the firmament of plaintiffs' attorneys. And for my money, Mark Cantor is the guy. He's a great attorney. He is a great practitioner. He's put together a great team. He was born and raised here. He lives here. He works here. He wins here. Call 314-628-ALL-9s or CantorInjuryLaw.com. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based on advertising.
Winter Wonderland, presented by St. Louis County Parks and Recreation at Tillis Park, is now open through January 3rd. Enjoy more than 1 million dazzling lights with holiday characters and festive scenes. Whether you're carrying on a family tradition or starting a new one, you'll never see anything like Winter Wonderland at Tillis Park. Happy holidays from Kirkwood Fence, Tully Tire, Washington U Orthopedics, Restoration One, and Happy Roof. Get more info at KMOX.com.
Now the news at 9, The Talk. The Chris and Amy Show on 104.1 FM KMOX.
It is 7:50 here on the Voice of St. Louis. Good morning. I'm Stuart McMillan.
And I'm Scott Jagow. We do have a winter storm watch in effect from tomorrow night through Saturday evening. So the snow will be overnight into Saturday morning. We're looking at 1 to 3 inches in the region, but Joe Lundberg, our AccuWeather meteorologist, says places north could have a little bit more, so something like 3 to 6. It's going to also mix with rain and sleet at times, and then turn to rain in the afternoon on Saturday. So temperatures today, 42 with some sunny skies, windy conditions. Tonight, chilly, a low of around 20. Tomorrow, 40. And then on the snow day on Saturday, 40 degrees. Not even getting to 30 on Sunday and Monday. Right now, it is 30 degrees downtown at the Gateway Arch.
Missouri plays a major role in feeding the nation, producing nearly 8% of America's turkeys. Executive Vice President Blake Rollins of the Poultry Federation tells MissouriNet success comes from strong collaboration with the state's agriculture industry.
The diet of a turkey is primarily made up of corn and soybeans, two commodities that Missouri also does an amazing job of producing. And so it's a huge partnership for the state, about $187 million of value off of the 334 million pounds of turkey that are produced in Missouri every year.
Rollins says about 15,000 jobs are connected to Missouri turkey production.
A local dietitian warns against cutting out nutritious food to make up for all the alcohol you want to drink at holiday parties.
Alcohol itself, calorically, is pretty dense.
Michelle Wilson is a registered dietitian with Brands Nutrition. She says alcohol calorically is closer to fat than to carbs or protein.
I've heard of people before trying to reduce down the amount they're eating to be able to fit in the drinks they plan on drinking, but the risk with this is that digestive process. So if you skip a meal and then drink some alcohol, then it really hits your system hard.
Wilson adds, if you think wine is better than beer or spirits because it has antioxidants, you can also get those from simply drinking grape juice. Megan Lynch, KMOX News.
Well, with dangerously low temperatures expected to sweep across the region this holiday weekend, Peter and Paul Community Services is opening an overflow winter weather shelter to protect thousands of the homeless in the area from the cold. The emergency shelter opens today at the organization's community campus. That's on North Florissant Avenue, formerly the Little Sisters of the Poor nursing home. Peter and Paul is running a nightly shuttle from 5 to 8 from the former Save-A-Lot on Natural Bridge.
The St. Charles County judge who agreed to resign for dressing as Elvis and impersonating him during court proceedings has had a change of heart.
Attorneys for Judge Matthew Thornhill say the investigation was tainted, and Thornhill agreed to resign before key evidence, namely photos of him as Elvis, were released publicly, making news internationally. Thornhill's legal team says he was the target of a crusade by the presiding judge in St. Charles, who's a close friend of the person conducting the investigation against him. They're asking the Missouri Supreme Court to impose no more than a 60-day suspension instead of the recommended 6 months with no pay. Sean Malone, KMOX News.
After 30 years of public service, University City's city manager, Gregory Rose, says he will retire this coming February. Rose is credited with the near completion of the market at Olive at I-170 gateway into University City. And he also saw U-City through 3 natural disasters, including 2 major floods and last spring's tornado. University City Council will outline the search process and announce next steps in the transition at a later date.
This case could actually redefine how tickets are purchased in this country.
Taylor Swift fans have accused Live Nation and Ticketmaster of mishandling ticket sales. A judge says the suit can move ahead. When the two combined, it created a monopoly controlling 80% of live tours in the country.
In this country, monopolies are disfavored because it reduces service and it increases prices. And that's what we've seen on this Eras tour, is that it was hard to get tickets, and when you did, there were lots of hidden fees.
That is KMOX legal analyst Brad Young. He says this case could take years because the amount of evidence that needs to be brought to court in an antitrust case is enormous.
58 years ago today. Well, the Beatles album, Magic Mystery Tour, was released in North America with such hits as I Am the Walrus, Hello Goodbye, Full on the Hill, and Strawberry Fields Forever. Wow, some big hits from the Beatles.
Just like Charlie Brown, finding the perfect Christmas tree is a must. And if you're in the market for a fresh one, this should be a good year. Rick Dungy is executive director of the Christmas Spirit Foundation. He's also the head of the National Christmas Tree Association.
I think everybody that's looking for a great Christmas tree is going to be able to find one.
That's really good news, because it seems like maybe last year the supply was shorter.
In some markets, it was tough to get supply, tough to get inventory, particularly for the pre-cut market. And I know a lot of the cut-your-own farms, especially up in the Northeast, are running kind of low in inventory. They've had some good sales years.
Dungy says the tough thing for Christmas tree farms is it takes 6 to 8 years to get them to be the height that they can be sold.
You know, very few people display a 2-foot tall Christmas tree in their home. They want a 6, 7, 8 foot tall Christmas tree, and it takes a number of years to get it that high.
How tall is your Christmas tree, Stu?
That sounds like it's the start of a big joke or something. You know, the Charlie Brown tree though was pretty short, I will say. You know,
Yeah.
So, but we have a fake tree downstairs right now already.
A real
up.
fake one?
A real fake one. It's so real, it's fake. It's about 8 feet tall or so.
Oh,
but
wow.
every year I force my children to walk the forest, Mark Twain National Forest down in Potosi. There's a big area down there. And we get a permit, and we cut down our own cedar Christmas tree every year. I don't know if I'm going to force them to do it this year. It might be too cold. I don't know.
That is awesome. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And if you love animals, you're part of our world. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the mega stores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
News, talk, cards. KMOX AM St. Louis, KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At 8 o'clock, we have clear skies. Downtown at the Arch, 31 degrees. Today is Thanksgiving, November the 27th, 2025. Good morning. I'm Stuart McMillan. Here's what's happening. 2 National Guards members from West Virginia critically wounded in a targeted shooting. Officials say the suspect is a native of Afghanistan who lived in Washington state after coming to the U.S. 4 years ago. President Trump called the shooting an act of evil and ordered more troops to be deployed in Washington. CBS Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes has more.
In a social media post Wednesday, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the suspected gunman in the shooting of 2 National Guard members came to the U.S. through a Biden-era program to evacuate Afghan nationals, including many who had worked with the U.S. military. A DHS official tells CBS News the suspected gunman was granted asylum earlier this year on humanitarian grounds.
Missouri's Attorney General says 3 law enforcement officers are a disgrace to the badge.
A Shannon County deputy faces a litany of charges, felonies for allegedly turning traffic stops into sexual assaults. Thomas Manning has been charged with sodomy and sexual abuse after investigators say he groped multiple women's breasts and genitals during vehicle searches. The Attorney General says Manning targeted women between January and July, often making degrading comments while touching them. 2 other officers, a captain and a former deputy, were also charged with forgery for falsifying court documents. Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
An expert in population data says St. Louis should be a significantly larger region today, but birth rates are no longer making up for people moving away.
For the past 55 years, more people have left our region than have moved in. We just haven't seen it because we had so many babies born. It was able to offset that loss.
Ms. Sandoval, a professor with St. Louis University, tells KMOX we have fewer young families than decades ago. In fact, he says we are the 9th oldest region in the country. It's a festive mood as the parade watchers are getting ready in New York for the big Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Wins reporter, 1010 Wins in New York, Gene Schuck has this report.
Here at the start of the parade at 77th and Central Park West, folks like Rosa were lined up by 3 in the morning to get a front row seat.
Family tradition for us.
It is, good, okay.
Yes. My son looks forward to it every year.
Absolutely, right?
He looks forward to it every year. And anything that makes him happy, we're willing to do it for them.
Right. See, that's Thanksgiving. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
And you know there's people around the world who would like to be right where you're standing, right?
I know.
So it's like a privilege and it's a blessing, you know?
It appears the weather and the wind cooperating for the famous balloons. Glenn Schuck for CBS News, New York.
From the KMOX Business Desk, sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com, Missouri carves out big role in Thanksgiving. Nearly 8% of U.S. turkeys come out of the Show Me state. Blake Rollins, Executive Vice President of the Poultry Federation.
15,000 jobs are connected to Missouri turkey production. We're the 5th largest turkey producing state in America.
You might have got your Thanksgiving turkey right here out of Missouri. KMOX News Time is now 8:03.
KMOX AccuWeather, a winter storm watch from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening. Thanksgiving Day will turn out mainly sunny, brisk and chilly, high 42. Clear and cold tonight, though, 20 to 24. Cold tomorrow, sunshine will fade, be at increasing clouds, high 39. Snow will arrive late tomorrow night with lows near 30. Saturday, breezy and cold. Snow will mix with sleet and rain in the morning before changing to mainly rain in the afternoon before it ends in the evening. Snow can accumulate 1 to 3 inches with slick travel before the changeover, the high late Saturday, 39. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Right now on this Thanksgiving Day, we have 30 degrees in Florissant, 30 St. Peters, 31 downtown at the Arch with a partly cloudy sky. I'm Stuart McMillan, KMOX News.
This is Johnny Rabbit. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. What a day. It's nice to be here with the whole gang. My gosh, I should have worn my cap. You look like you have your KMOX caps on. What is on that cap? Is that?
That's Stan the Man Musial.
That's Stan.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's very St. Louis. It's, you know,
of course.
It's perfect for
What
KMOX.
about Scott Jagoff? What's on his?
Probably something about the Buffalo Bills, which is not very St. Louis.
All right.
But that's okay.
Right.
We'll forgive him this time.
We're going to hear a little music now from Vince Guaraldi Trio. That's a Thanksgiving theme, Vince Guaraldi Trio. This was a theme in the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving movie. So welcome to our KMOX Thanksgiving special. I am Johnny Rabbit, your holiday host. Before 1960, that seems like a long time ago, when Robert Hyland took what most thought was a big risk of starting the KMOX At Your Service talk radio format, music was a top station attraction here. Countless live and recorded shows, such as one that came to mind in 1947 that started that year when Kurt Ray used the 1946 Peggy Lee song, It's a Good Day, as the theme song for his daily Clockwatcher DJ show. The uplifting lyrics of that song resonate right now to this Thanksgiving Day. In part, they are, it's a good day for singing a song. It's a good day for moving along. Yes, it's a good day. How could anything be wrong? A good day from morning till night. I hope that's the case with you today. On this good day, we'll pay homage to Thanksgiving and the KMOX century, as we'll have several guests, to which many will be familiar names and voices. Well, we're going to start with Rick Wallace. Rick, who, among many other assignments, did the news on my Saturday night Route 66 oldie show for quite a few years. And he's still heard on some commercials here on KMOX. So, Rick Wallace, thank you for being with us on this day of thankfulness. And it'll be fun having you play the role, incidentally, of Ed McMahon next Tuesday, December 2nd at 10:30 in the Missouri History Museum's Lee Auditorium for our free, a History of St. Louis radio presentation. More about that later. Rick Wallace, good morning.
Good morning, Johnny Rabbit. Good morning to the KMOX listeners, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone. You know, Johnny, I was thinking about something I could say about Thanksgiving, and then, you know, you were talking about music there, and there's a song, the title is Give Thanks, and so I thought, you know, because if I started talking about everything I'm thankful for and people, it would take forever, but if I could just read a couple of lines from this song, Give Thanks.
Sure.
Give thanks with a grateful heart. Give thanks to the Holy One. Give thanks because he's given Jesus Christ his son. So that's what I'm most thankful for. But a lot of things, like I say, I'm thankful for our friendship, Johnny, and I'm thankful for KMOX.
Absolutely. Same here. Of course. So what are you going to do today?
Well, you know, what I would like to do, Johnny, is just kind of talk a little bit about my relationship, if you will, with KMOX, because it's been a lifelong thing. And like so many people in St. Louis, I can say that I grew up listening to KMOX. I really did. It was always on in the house, in the car. My very first memory, I would say, of KMOX would be when I would listen to Rex Davis and Bob Hardy in the mornings, listening for the school closings.
Sure, of course, everybody did. Hopefully your school would be on that list.
We'd have a big snowstorm, and I'd be on there listening, waiting for them to say the Ferguson-Florissant School District closed. And you know what? I mean, it happened just a couple of times. We never got off of school. I don't know why that was. I didn't think it was fair, but nobody asked me, I guess.
Right, I guess not.
But, you know, the big thing, Johnny, was Cardinal baseball with me when I was a kid. And, of course, that meant listening to the KMOX broadcast of it. My fondest memory is sitting on my grandma's back porch, the family on the back porch of my grandma's house in Belnor. Summer night, crickets are making noise, and we're listening to Harry Carey and Jack Buck. That's a great memory I have of Cardinal baseball. And, of course, Harry Carey and Jack Buck, I mean, was there ever a better broadcast team than those two guys?
I don't think so. I think you got it right.
Yeah. And I was, you know, I had a lot of respect for Harry Carey's talent. He was a great broadcaster, but Jack Buck was always my guy. He was just, to me, he was the best, and still I think he's the best ever. Not just baseball, but football, anything he did. You know, I remember, Johnny, sometimes when the Jack Carney show, when Jack Carney would go on vacation, Jack Buck would fill in for him. Mm-hmm. And he nailed it. I mean, it was just perfect. When he was on Sports Open Line, that was something special, totally different than any time when somebody else was hosting Sports Open Line. So, but you know, it was all about sports.
Well, you know, there's a really strong connection to KMOX and the current movie that's out called Soul on Fire. That's based on St. Louis and John O'Leary's story of being at death's door to being terribly burned, and how Jack Buck played a very big role in real life in saving John's life. Now, you've not seen the movie yet?
No, I have not.
But
I have not.
Your wife Debbie has?
Yeah, she saw it. Said it was a great movie, and that's kind of, you know, what I was talking about with Jack Buck is, you know, he was just a great broadcaster, but he was just a outstanding man, outstanding person as well. So anyway, you know, it was all about sports for me. Sure. And my best friend Phil. We played all of the games, but we of course listened to all of the games, and that meant listening to KMOX, not just the Cardinals, the football Cardinals. I remember the first play-by-play guy they had was Ray Geraci, first one I remember. But of course, Bill Wilkerson for many years did the football Cardinal games, and Bill was a staple on KMOX with the morning show many years with Bob Hardy and Wendy Weiss. And remember, Johnny, Wendy was very young when she became a part of that morning show.
Yeah, I think like 24 years old.
Yeah, and I read a quote from her talking about her joining the morning show. She said it was like Malibu Barbie taking over for Walter Cronkite, because she took over for Rex Davis, you know, legendary Rex Davis. So yeah, that was funny. Who else?
When did you decide to get into radio? Was that listening to Jack Buck and Harry Carey, or before that?
No, you know, I mentioned my best friend Phil. Him and I pretended we were on the radio. We had little radio shows that we did. I've always been a radio guy. I just found it fascinating, and I just was so fortunate that I was able to take, you know, something that I really loved and end up making a career out of it. But so much of it was KMOX. And, you know, like I say, it was the sports, you know, the football, baseball, Cardinals, the Blues, of course. The legendary Dan Kelly was the play-by-play guy on KMOX, and he did a lot of things. He did some Cardinal baseball and some Big Red football, Mizzou football on KMOX. He was, of course, one of the all-time great hockey announcers, but he was much more than that. And, Johnny, who could forget the Spirits of St. Louis?
Of course. Who could forget? A lot of people don't. What the heck are the Spirits? Ghosts?
Yeah. A lot of people could forget them. They were only here 3 years, I think 74 through 76. They were a basketball team in the ABA League, and their announcer on KMOX was Bob Costas, his very first really radio job of any import. And so we all got to see, because he was on the Carney show a lot.
He was, yeah.
Yeah, and so all of us St. Louisans, we got to see firsthand this young talent of Bob Costas, who, of course, blossomed out to be one of the all-time great broadcasters. The Jack Carney show, that was something that I try to listen to as much as I can. It was so funny with Carney on there and Miss Blue, and they had all kinds.
Marion Blue, what a gal!
Yeah, all is well. But, yeah, it was just a clever show. Other names that I remember, Johnny, the man who walks and talks at midnight, John McCormick. Always like to listen to Mr. Trivia, Dave Strauss.
Oh, sure. It's Sunday night.
Sunday nights, yeah. Sometimes Jeopardy's Art Fleming co-hosted with him. I was always listening to Sports Open Line, mostly hosted by your old neighbor, I believe, Bob Burns.
Yeah, he was the first guy to be on Sports Open Line. Bob Burns was also the sports editor for the St. Louis Globe-Democrat and wrote a column called The Bench Warmer. Well, wait a minute. Speaking of warmer, do I smell turkey?
You might.
You're fixing a turkey?
Yeah, it might be that, or it might be this new aftershave I'm trying. I don't know.
I don't know either. Well, Rick Wallace of KMOX News. And how many years, or when did you start here?
Well, in 2013, I started, you know, and back in 1978, I enrolled at the Broadcast Center here in St. Louis, radio and TV school. And I set as my goal at that time to one day work at KMOX.
You did.
Well, that one day I did the math, Johnny, and that one day turned out to be about 12,000 days.
That's great. Well, Rick, we're going to see you next Tuesday at the History Museum.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, so you said I was going to be like the Ed McMahon.
Yeah,
I already
right.
know how I'm going to introduce you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I don't want to hear about it. Don't give it away.
Okay, all right.
I can only imagine what it would be. All right, thank you. Thank you for talking to all of us and listening to KMOX today. We appreciate it. Appreciate all that you did for KMOX. We appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Rick Wallace.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you much.
Coming your way on the KMOX Thanksgiving special will be the newly retired star of the small screen who's busily organizing his bow tie collection. I wonder who that might be. Well, whoever it is, we'll catch up with him next on KMOX.
Overhead Door Company of St. Louis, the genuine, the original, present 100 years of KMOX.
1993.
There, when disaster hit.
June 27th, the Mississippi River rises above flood stage at St. Louis.
July 3rd, the Missouri River reaches flood stage for the second time and levees are starting to buckle.
This is Nan Wyatt in the KMOX Flood Center. Sandbaggers are still needed this afternoon.
Good morning, I'm Daryl Lloyd. We have a live update now from the KMOX Jetcopter 1, where Steve Shoemaker is flying over West Alton right now, the scene of a number of levee breaks recently. Steve?
There's a farmhouse I'm looking at and it's floating.
Those levees were never intended to protect against 49.6 feet.
We had the greatest natural disaster that's ever hit.
There for every headline, every heartbreak, every heartbeat. KMOX, the voice of St. Louis. Brought to you by the Polar Express at St. Louis Union Station. Get your tickets now at stlpolarexpressride.com.
Adam, what are you thankful for? Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie. I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off. Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product. That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand. You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time. So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast. Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
Sponsored by Progressive. We make the claims process easy so you could get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at progressive.com.
Hi, Margaret with Eamon Gantner and Capriano. Our St. Louis Baseball Cardinals reset last season. Now they're planning for the long term. Have you thought about a long-term plan for your family? A will? A trust? Powers of attorney? Eamon Gantner and Capriano can guide you with a personalized estate plan. Sign up for our free webinar on our website, yourestateMatters.com. Learn more about estate planning, get some answers, list your questions, then schedule a consultation. You can plan for your family, your favorite charities, taxes, your long-term care, and even your pets now, before the courts do it for you later. Eamon Gantner and Capriano, yourestateMatters.com.
The choice of an attorney is an important decision and shouldn't be based solely on advertising.
Turning 50 doesn't mean slowing down. It means getting smarter about your health. That's why we created NeoVitin Men's 50 Plus Multivitamin. It's doctor formulated to support your energy, immune health, and overall vitality. Plus, it's made in the U.S. using the finest domestic and international ingredients. Take control of your health with supplements you can trust. Look for NeoVitin Men's 50 Plus at your local Schnucks, Dierbergs, or online at neovitin.com. Neovitin, made for men who keep moving forward.
Hi, this is Alex Degman. I was an anchor reporter at KMOX from 2015 to 2022, and I'm really proud to have been a part of just a small portion of KMOX's storied history in St. Louis. Congratulations on 100 years, KMOX.
Well, for many people, being on the air like we are right now, 20 minutes after 8 on a Thanksgiving morning, well, that time is maybe kind of early, but that is not the case for our next KMOX Thanksgiving guest from TV. John Pertzborn recently retired from being co-anchor of KTVI Fox 2 News from 4 to 7 a.m. Now, that's early. And even though it's not Tuesday, he is wearing, as I can see, a very tasteful, or is that tasteless? I'm not sure, bow tie decorated with images of yummy baked turkey legs. Welcome, John Pertzborn, and good morning to you.
What an introduction. Good morning, Johnny Rabbit.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you wearing the tie. That's terrific. How many?
I did it for you and for everybody else watching.
How many of those ties do you have?
At last count, the number is diminishing because I'm giving them away. But I had at one time about 300.
And if people don't know what the heck we're talking about, what are we talking about?
Every Tuesday, I would wear a bow tie when I was co-anchoring on Fox 2 News in the morning. And it started back in about 2008 or 9 as a dare. And I said, well, I'll put one on. And people just absolutely went crazy. The bow tie was having a resurgence. Young people were starting to wear them again.
Sure.
And people would send them in. One woman went to an auction and bought an entire collection, and then she sold it to me. So I had plenty of bow ties dating from the 1940s all the way through about 2004.
Wow.
And I never wore the ones from the 70s, though. Those were a little bit too big. I do have one, though, that was a clip-on. I never wore clip-ons, but this one belonged to the late, great Stan Musial, and somebody picked it up at his estate sale.
Oh, my
I coveted
gosh. I should hope so. Isn't that nice? Hey, since you were on the air starting at 4 a.m., what time did you go to sleep, and what time did you have to get up?
Rabbit, I would go to bed about 6 o'clock at night, and I'd get up at 1:15 in the morning.
Oh, my. You don't miss that, do you?
No, I don't. I retired October 22nd, which was, 36 days ago, but who's counting?
Yeah,
I am.
Right, of course.
And I've been sleeping in. In fact, today I slept till about 7 o'clock in the morning, which is just beautiful.
Yeah, I guess so. So what about today? What are you going to do?
Well, I spent Tuesday picking up sticks and raking leaves, and then on Wednesday, they all blew back.
Of
so I'm going to
course.
go out today
Grab them.
and get all the big stuff. You know?
I think Joe Vaccaro, I don't know if Joe's listening. He said he probably listened this morning from the Hampton Car Wash. He's the guy that first introduced me to you, John Pertzborn. Do you still keep in touch with Joe?
I talked to Joe last week. I told him my car is dirty. Ever since he closed that place, it's now a Wendy's, and my car needs cleaning.
Well, he'll do it, I'm sure. Now, then the first time we really worked together was on Show Me St. Louis on Channel 5.
Yeah, that started, when was that? In the 90s, about 1995.
Yeah, that's about right.
You were a wealth of information. And then I left and you stayed on.
I did, working with the other people who came on afterwards, doing Johnny Rabbit's Unusual St. Louis, taking people to places that they would not normally get to see. Some of them very strange.
You've been on the air since what, 1962?
1954.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, don't even think about that. But that's a long time ago, I know. But you've been on the air. Well, you were on, 44 years and on some kind of television station?
Yeah, around the country. Started out in radio at a station in Madison, Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Did a little TV work in Wisconsin, then came to St. Louis in 1986. Never intended to stay, but I fell in love with the city and the people, and met my wife here, and we started our family, and we're still here.
Good. And Mary is working today in the kitchen while you're working outside?
She is getting that turkey ready,
Right.
She has help from our daughter-in-law, who's a wonderful chef. In fact, I just put one of her recipes on my Facebook page. She's making shepherd's pie with a twist, and it tastes just like Thanksgiving.
Oh, my gosh. What's the twist? What makes it like Thanksgiving?
The twist is sweet potatoes, or some people would call them. Yeah.
I love sweet potato pie. You don't find that very often anymore.
Rabbit, you would love this recipe.
Well, we'll have to get together and make it sometime. And as a fellow member of our union, SAG-AFTRA, Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, I can say to you that you are going to be so happy each month when you get your pension check. It'll be.
I got to sign up for that.
You better sign up for it. My gosh. Oh, my gosh. Are you going to do any traveling?
Plan to do a little bit of traveling and, just seeing more of the country. It's just this whole concept of having free time in retirement is new to me. I haven't had this since I was probably 14 years old.
Wow.
And so it's a new way of living. Somebody told me every day is Saturday, and I mentioned that to a priest, and he responded, except for Sunday.
That's right. Hey, now you've been collecting things for years. What is your current collection about?
I've been I repair and work on with friends antique phonographs. In fact, I just finished one. It's a 1903 Edison Fireside, which was played cylinder records. In fact, I have a cylinder on here if you want to hear it.
I'd love to. Hey, a cylinder, and I think we're going to get that today. This would be terrific. Go right ahead whenever you're ready. Got to get it queued up, I guess.
I'll put it right up to the speaker.
Here it comes now. From 1903, an Edison cylinder. It's starting.
Mary, sung by Irving Gillette, Edison record. There's a gospel in love with a good Miss Mary, and it's quite a long time that she has been Miss Mary, but sure the gospel has no gold and no land, and he feels if he told her she'd not understand that he'd great wealth of love for her heart and her hand. Miss Mary.
Wow, it's beautiful. Who is that guy? Who is the singer, John?
That's Arthur Collins.
I should have known.
There was a guy named Billy Murray who did comical songs, no relation to Bill Murray. But these cylinders, we're trying to preserve them. There's a university out in Southern California that is basically digitizing all of these songs, and so they're going to keep them for future generations.
That's terrific.
But it's important.
What a great collection. How many of these old phonographs do you have?
I would say probably about 40.
Oh, my gosh. Where do you keep them? Every room?
A room where my wife doesn't have to go.
Well, thank you. And what are your predictions? What are your predictions of the future of over-the-air radio and television?
Well, I think AM radio is seeing a resurgence right now. Young people are turning to it as somewhat of a nostalgic trend. Mm-hmm. At least that's what I'm hearing, and I hope that's true.
Oh, I do too.
I know there was an effort to maybe get rid of AM radio in automobiles, and I think that's a big mistake.
I think so.
When severe weather hits, people often turn to that as a way to get the latest. So, I think as far as radio is concerned, that's what we will see. Television news, it's a little bit on the downswing. The young people are turning to the internet, which can be a problem if you're getting all your news from TikTok and areas like that.
Yeah.
Some of it can be propaganda. You got to be careful.
Now, of course.
But I always tell people, go out and read as much as you can and listen to as much as you can, and then make a decision for yourself. Don't listen to one source.
Good advice, and thank you, John Pertzwarn, for being a friend and a friend to so many television viewers who for decades counted on you and your level-headed and relaxed delivery. Sometimes you don't get that today. Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Enjoy your turkey today, but no rabbit. Don't eat rabbit.
No rabbits today. Thank you, John Pertzwarn. I sure hope this Thanksgiving is going to be a good one for all our listeners. I am Johnny Rabbit, and today I am celebrating, as we talked about, my 71st Thanksgiving on the air, and I offer thanks to all the listeners who have tuned into our shows over the years. It seems at times Some stations lose track of keeping in touch with their listeners, but that has never been, and I'll bet it's never going to be the case with KMOX, as our at-your-service style of radio allows listeners to be part of the station. Well, we better do that right now. In just a couple of minutes, we'll have one of those listeners next. This is Johnny Rabbit, the Thanksgiving special on KMOX 1120 a.m., and I assume we're on 104.1 FM. We are, okay, in both places. I'm glad you're listening. Good morning.
The buzzer told the monkey, you are choking me. Release your hold and I will set you free. The monkey looked the buzzer.
Weekdays at 5, it's Rush Hour Sports on KMOX. Hot stove blazing. College football bowl season heating up. College basketball teams making their final prep for conference play. NFL teams jockeying for playoff positions. And the latest in Cardinals baseball and Blues hockey. Fast updates, instant analysis, zero wasted seconds. St. Louis sports, all of it, delivered right at Rush Hour. Rush Hour Sports, weekdays at 5 on KMOX.
There is nothing like watching Thanksgiving football, but for football fans in Missouri, this year FanDuel is about to make it even better. With points giving, all FanDuel customers in Missouri get $1 in bonus bets for every point scored in the Chiefs-Cowboys game. So, for example, if the final score is 24-21, you'd get $45 in bonus bets. Doesn't matter if you've already signed up for FanDuel or if you've been waiting for the right moment to join. Just head to FanDuel.com/Missouri to get in on the action in Missouri. That's FanDuel.com/Missouri to score bonus bets for every point in the Chiefs-Cowboys game. Enjoy a football feast with points giving on FanDuel, coming soon to Missouri. 21 and over and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Now, KMOX weather from the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk.
A winter storm watch from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening. Turning out mainly sunny for Thanksgiving Day, but brisk and quite chilly, high 42. Clear and cold tonight, though, 20 to 24. Sunshine fading beyond increasing clouds tomorrow and cold, high 39. It'll cloud up tomorrow night with snow arriving late, though, 30. On Saturday, breezy and cold. Snow will mix with sleet and rain in the morning, then become mainly rain for the afternoon before it ends in the evening. There can be 1 to 3 inches of snow accumulation before that changeover takes place, the high Saturday 39. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Hey there, it's Steven, the owner of the Photo Pros, formerly Creve Coeur Camera. Each day, people bring us their family history, single photos in need of restoration, piles of photos wanting them to be scanned, boxes of slides, albums, videotapes, DVDs, and even old home movies. We take them and digitize them, or what we call scan them at high resolution, and place them on a USB thumb drive. Plus, many people want additional copies for the rest of the family. Yes, we'll make you copies. Here's the best part. You don't have to send them out of St. Louis and have a chance of losing them. If needed, we can fix or restore the entire image or images. We are slightly higher priced than the internet, but our quality is top notch. Remember the Photo Pros, formerly Creve Coeur Camera. Come visit Mark, Derek, Daryl, Tony, and me, Steven, at our store. You can reach us at 314-567-3456 or Google the Photo Pros or even Creve Coeur Camera.
This is Congressman Bob Onder. For 43 days, the left kept the government closed, holding the American people hostage and demanding radical policy changes, including free health care for illegal immigrants. However, thanks to strong Republican leadership, the Senate voted to reopen the government and put America first. I'm thrilled to return to Washington so I can continue to vote to help Missourians, to secure our nation's borders, and to cut wasteful spending. Visit onder.house.gov to find the office closest to you.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Saturday, it's NCAA football action as Notre Dame faces Stanford in college football play. It all kicks off at 9 p.m. on America's Sports Voice, 104.1 FM, KMOX.
25 minutes before 9, and this is Johnny Rabbit here for our special Thanksgiving show. Former longtime KMOX newsman Brian Kelly will join us in a few minutes, but right now we have one of those loyal, longtime KMOX listeners we're talking about with his thoughts on Thanksgiving and of KMOX. Our caller, who is not right now in St. Louis, he's calling in from Chicago on Roscoe Street. He's a lifelong South St. Louis resident, now retired, but keeps very busy as a community activist, whatever that is. His name is Steve Doss. Well, Steve Doss, good morning from St. Louis.
Good morning, Rabbit. Is it cold there, too?
Well, it's not so bad. I don't find it too bad. Let me look at my watch. 31 degrees, it says, but it's getting a little colder. What about Chicago?
Brutal.
What?
The wind is like 30 to 40 miles per hour.
All right. Is the snow coming in?
We don't have the snow here. No.
Is
I
it
guess
gonna,
you guys are going to get it.
Yeah, we're going to get a little, I think, 2 inches or thereabouts. Not too bad, but there's no snow predicted? No lake effect snow or anything?
That lake effect snow goes on the other side of Lake Michigan. Oftentimes, Chicago misses it.
I'll be darned. Well, what's your
So,
plan
yeah, the
today?
wind blows across.
Thanksgiving
Our
Day.
plan.
Here you are. Now, you're there visiting or you're with relatives, and you're going to do what for Thanksgiving Day?
Well, Thanksgiving Day, our kids own a tavern in Chicago.
What's it called?
Chicago.
What's the name of the place?
The Roscoe Village Pub,
Hmm.
and it's on Addison, just a mile east or a mile west of Wrigley. And they open it to their friends and family for a few hours, and then we will be back here with Thanksgiving dinner, which my wife Judith and I have cooked in preparation for everyone to join.
Oh, that's going to be good. I hope she made their special dressing.
She did make her special dressing. Two batches.
Well, back to St. Louis. In your consideration, what are some of the things here worth being thankful for? Some of the first things that come to mind about being thankful for in St. Louis.
Oh, I think KMOX has been a major part of my life, and I'm thankful. Because from 70 years ago, when my mom first turned the radio on to get us up for kindergarten, to go to Mallinckrodt, where we had Shirley Berg as our teacher.
Oh, yeah.
I still bum with Mike Lucan and Fred Reinecke, the crowd that's from kindergarten. That would wake us up, and I still have those memories. The morning march,
Yep.
right away,
Yep.
and then Richard Evans' Thought for the Day.
Well, that lasted for years. Even after he'd passed away, it kept playing.
I remember that. And then, I don't know if you remember this, but it was sponsored by the Bender Buick
Oh, my gosh.
in St. Charles, and they would always have a song, Cross Over the Bridge.
Yep,
the
Patty
Ken
Page's
Bender
big hit.
Bridge.
Yep, that was their theme.
Cross over the bridge to the Ken Bender Bridge in St. Charles. And Rabbit, I never crossed over that bridge until my daughter was 13 years of age.
Oh, my gosh.
We always went west on Highway 40. So I chuckled when I drove across the Ken Bender Bridge.
I'll bet you did. A good memory about that. Now, what about St. Louis's future? Well, how can, St. Louis, everybody will agree, is pretty down in so many respects. How can it be revived? What things do you think can be done to help St. Louis grow again?
I think some of the things are happening. I think finally people realize you need a strong police department, and I think that will come through. Defense is the number one reason we have government, is provide for a common defense, and that certainly is important, and I see that coming in St. Louis with the changes going back to the state control. I think we have now a mayor that is a good business person, I think she's a good listener. I think she's certainly, I would say, more liberal than myself. But she understands you have got to provide an environment where people will come back to live. And those things mean things have to work. The trash has to be picked up. You have to feel safe. You have to have the water working, the sewers. And until that comes around, you're not going to have people come back. And finally, they have got to somehow, someday, get the public schools working.
Oh, boy.
And the public schools, I'm a product, you're a product. It was tremendous. And today, where I'm very involved in education, it's in education in private schools for kids with challenges.
Sure.
And until we bring that all together, finally, I think we have to have one corporate entity step up and put $1 billion into the city. It's just like in Indianapolis. They did it with a drug company, Eli Lilly, and totally redid it. Because there's got to be a master plan, and that master plan has to include merging with the county. There's no other way.
Do you think it'll happen?
Not in your lifetime or my lifetime. We're too old.
Yeah.
But I think there's been attempts before, and I think they will have to. I think the county has their problems, and I think combined we would be united, and I think then we'd have a much stronger situation. I was on one of those committees years ago when we tried to vote, get rid of the state offices, remember the license collector and things
Sure.
like that.
Sure.
And then the public voted it down. It's going to take away our right to vote. Yeah, it took away another 100,000 people. I think our population is probably down to 275.
That's about right, I'm sure. That's really unbelievable from what it was. Well,
And
back
just
to
think, Rab,
yes.
with the number of people who have left after the tornado.
Oh, yeah. That remains to be seen, but I know it's got to be a lot. What about KMOX? What are your favorite personalities or announcers over the years?
Oh, my favorite personality was Jim White. I was a regular on Jim White's show. I was Southside Steve. And I'd call in, and Jim White would even say, is Southside Steve out there listening? And we'd debate things. But I learned some of my greatest business philosophies from Jim White. Number one, his term, you can't fix stupid.
Yep.
I have used that so many times. Then his great philosophy on the decline of socialization. He found there were 3 problems. Number one, air conditioning. We didn't sit on our front porch anymore and talk to our neighbors.
That's true.
Suburbs got rid of alleys. Well, you and I were raised in the alley, Rabbit. You know, you play ball in the alley, and
Sure.
you learned life. You didn't pick on the big kid in the alley, you know. You started to understand life. And then he also thought that the garage door opener, you open the garage door, you go in your house, you never see anybody. And it's funny how if you go back and think about those words, what are those, 20, 30 years ago, it's very true. The neighborhoods aren't the same because you're not out there. You're not playing in the backyard. You're not in the alley. You're not on the front porch, except for me.
Yeah,
With
of
big
course.
porches, you know. But I think he was tremendous. And when I went to San Antonio one time, I went to the Menger Hotel, and here we are. A blind pianist says, "Hey, where are you from?" And I said, "St. Louis." And he said, "Oh my gosh, KMOX, the Mighty Mox, Jim White."
Then that's something.
The man who walks and talks at midnight. You know?
That's great.
His name's escaping me. But it was great. And, you know, I got Jim to go down he was going to San Antonio, and he walked in and made that man, gave him a thrill because he recognized his voice.
Yeah.
So I think Jim White was perhaps the greatest philosopher and DJ I listened to.
Thank you, Steve, for philosophizing with us this morning, and enjoy your turkey dinner and get back to St. Louis soon. You coming back pretty soon?
We're coming back on Sunday.
All right. Well, I hope to see you then. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank
Steve
you for
Dawes.
including me.
You, of course, you're a great South Side philosopher with a long connection on KMOX. The story of our next Thanksgiving guest has been written for all to see on pages 214, 15, and 16 in the book honoring the 75th anniversary of KMOX, The Mighty Mox, written by Sally and Rob Raines. And Rob will be on with us later on in the 10 o'clock hour. Our subject will be in the next few minutes, Brian Kelly. You'll remember that name from KMOX. We'll reminisce with him when we meet again right around the corner of these commercials.
Woman, you know that mess just ain't right. That's all.
All that meat and no potatoes just ain't right.
Attention business owners with a net income over $500,000. You need to work with a tax strategist that understands your entrepreneurial mindset. Download the most recent white paper written by E3 Consultants Group titled The Power of a Professional Tax Strategy Team. Go to e3wealth.com/radio to obtain a copy. It's time to learn about wealth and tax strategies that protect your personal and business economy. E3 is ready to help you think differently about your finances. Educate, empower, enlighten. That's the E3 difference.
Experience a musical kaleidoscope as the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra performs Shostakovich's 15th, Rebellion and Reckoning, an epic symphonic memoir. Cellist Kian Soltany joins to make his St. Louis debut, using his bow to tell the story of Haydn's elegant cello concerto. December 5th and 6th at Powell Hall at the Jack C. Taylor Music Center. Tickets at slso.org.
Help KMOX make the holiday season brighter for St. Louis area children by supporting TSO Tuesdays, benefiting Sightman Kids at St. Louis Children's Hospital. On Tuesdays, Sugar Fire will donate a portion of their TSO Tuesday special to Sightman Kids at St. Louis Children's Hospital. And don't miss Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Ghosts of Christmas Eve at Enterprise Center December 23rd at 3 p.m. Get your tickets today for this holiday tradition. All you need to know at KMOX.com.
Sponsored by Progressive. We make the claims process easy so you could get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls, whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
And there's a KMOX Studio Orchestra. Years ago, then we would have had a KMOX Studio Orchestra. Oh, incidentally, I want to say hello to Margaret Novotny from Alton and Patrick and Teresa Novotny from Statesboro, Georgia. Same for the KMOX signal gets about everywhere, even into Brian Kelly's house. I imagine he's listening right now. Hey, Brian, welcome back.
Hey, Rabbit, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You were here how many years?
Well, I got at the very end of 1997, I arrived at KMOX, and I was there 5 years. I left for 7 and then came back and spent the last 11 or 12 years my career doing the weekend mornings.
Now, where did you go for those 7 years?
I went down the dial to KTRS.
Aha. And before coming here, WDAF in Kansas City?
Yeah, I was there for 13 years. I did news and sports and traffic and whatever they needed me to do. You know how radio is.
Yeah, of course. Yep, you do what you have to do.
So, worked my way up from Marshall, Missouri, through Carrollton, Sedalia, Chillicothe, Kansas City, and then finally made it back home to St. Louis.
I'll be darned. Amazing. How many years in total have you been in radio?
I figure 40 years. Wow. I actually started, Johnny, to be honest, I started when I was about 12. I still have tapes of myself I did a story for my own recorder of the Apollo 17 launch.
My gosh.
And I've got tapes of me doing basketball games, kind of impersonating Bob Costas with the Spirits of St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
Doing hockey games off the television, but actually getting paid, I started in college at the radio station in Marshall, Missouri, doing sports reports a couple times a week for $20 a week.
A week?
Yep.
Wow.
And, and then I worked my way to the radio station in Carrollton, and then up and down US 65 until I got over to Kansas City and then back to St. Louis.
Now, what about today? I always like to ask our listeners what's going on in their lives on this Thanksgiving Day. You have big plans, going anywhere, doing anything?
No, actually, we're going to take it easy today. We had my wife's daughters and her boyfriends over, or their boyfriends over, not hers, their boyfriends over on Saturday. And so we had our family on Saturday. And so today we're just going to kind of hang out and take it easy.
Now, what about you and Sue going out on the weekend? You go to a lot of places. You've a lot of theatrical things like at the Muni. Well, of course, not now, but the Fox and so on. Anything in the plans or any places you've gone that have had some good shows worth remembering?
Yeah, we go to the Fox and we go to the Muni, and both of those, are great shows. We've had, we enjoy the theater very much. And the Muni, there's nothing like getting there early and hanging out beforehand. We'll usually go to maybe Shake Shack or somewhere like that and then sit out and kind of have a glass of wine before the show. And then, of course, the Fox is such a beautiful place to go and see some great theater. And then I also go to a lot of hockey games. I'm the public address announcer for St. Louis University women's basketball.
Oh, well, that keeps you busy.
That keeps me pretty busy. Yeah, and then I do a few men's games. When Guy Phillips takes the game off, I get to do those, which are really fun. I've also done I do the baseball for St. Louis University, field hockey. I took up last year. I've done that for 2 years. And I actually did some volleyball games this year. So I keep a little busy with St. Louis University.
Isn't that wonderful? That's great.
Yeah.
When you came here, who hired you to come to St. Louis, to KMOX?
Well, John Butler brought me to St. Louis. I was working in Kansas City at the time, and the station was being sold. They had a meeting where we were going to meet our new owners, and we met our newer owners. We actually were sold from one company to another, and they were, of course, combining stations like was the craze back in the 90s.
Right.
And they thought of me as a sports guy because I did the Royals pre- and post-game shows for 3 years and then did sports for the most part for the next several years.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the stations we were merging with was a heavy sports station. So I found out later that I was going to be let go in January. I came to St. Louis on December 10th, 1997. That morning, we went to the KU Medical Center. My first wife, Cindy, was battling a brain tumor. And we were told that morning that it was gone and that we could go on and live our life. And that afternoon, I flew to St. Louis and interviewed at KMOX. And 2 weeks later, I was working at the Mighty Mox.
Oh, that was great. Great that you're still doing all these things for St. Louis University. That's terrific.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. It's fun to be around the young people, the sports. I love sports, obviously. And to be a part of it, just a small part of the whole thing, is really fun. And I miss it. It's been a couple of weeks since we've had a home game, and I'm getting kind of a hankering to get back to the arena and have some fun.
Well, what about the kids or young people? Would anybody ever ask you about, hey, how do I get in radio? Is this a good business to get into? What's your advice if somebody asked you that?
Well, I tell them it's tough right now. With all the competition with, all the radio stations, all the podcasting, the television, and the online media that pretty much dominates now, I tell them it's really difficult. But that if you love it and you have that passion for it, that it is definitely worth getting into. But it's not going to be an easy ride. The days, kind of the glory days, I think, are behind us in radio, and it's important that we find a way to remain relevant. Mm-hmm. And I think the information, being a news person, I'm always, very careful about information and separating it from entertainment. And I think that's an important thing that going forward, radio can do to remain relevant.
Well, we will be here to watch for it, and I hope it all works out for the best. It should, because I think people are, you never know. Like, who ever thought record albums would come back again? I mean, that's a hot item. So, but thank you, Brian Kelly, so much for speaking with us, and I hope to see you soon.
Well, Johnny, thank you for having me, and happy Thanksgiving to you and all of the great listeners in KMOX.
Thanks a lot. This is Johnny Rabbit. This is our Thanksgiving Day special. A lot more on the way. We'll be here till 11 this morning, and I hope you can stick around for all of the show and all of the other things that are going on today, Thanksgiving Day and KMOX, and having a great day. And one good thing about today, there's no snow. That might be different pretty soon. This is Johnny Rabbit.
The timing and consistency of activity is linked to better fitness, and morning appears best. University of Florida research using wrist monitors found adults who got most of their activity before 1 in the afternoon had better cardiovascular fitness than those whose activity peaked after 4 in the afternoon. Activities include all movement, walking, gardening, and chores, not just exercise. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
News Radio KMOX, the home of the Cardinals.
When you want a brand new kitchen, there's nothing to it. There's a brand new way to do it. 3-day kitchen and bath.
Marilyn Facer recommends 3-day kitchen and bath.
Working with Dave was an absolute delight. Once everything was scheduled, everything went perfect.
Have you ever had a remodel done before?
About 25 years ago, and it was a nightmare.
Was 3-day kitchen and bath on time?
There was no delays. Everything was on time. All the deadlines were met. Everything came at once.
Would you recommend 3-day kitchen and bath to your friends and neighbors?
I highly recommend them to anybody.
Top quality products and craftsmanship in 3 days or less. Call 3-day kitchen and bath. Always on time as promised, at the price promised, and your job comes with complete satisfaction guarantee. No ifs, ands, or buts. Visit their website at 3daykitchen.com. That's 3daykitchen.com.
3-day kitchen and bath.
We were the Humane Society of the United States. 70 years of fighting for animals. Today, we are called Humane World for Animals, a name that reflects our unstoppable commitment to end animal cruelty globally. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty. Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on.
And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
Christmas has arrived at Chesterfield Valley Nursery with hundreds of Christmas trees and our winter greens. Visit our garden center for your live holiday decor, from garland to poinsettias to custom live wreaths made right here at Chesterfield Valley Nursery. Open to the public, everyone is welcome. Stop by 16825 North Outer 40 Road in Chesterfield, directly past the popular entertainment district. Visit ChesterfieldValleyNursery.com.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining. KMOX AM St. Louis, KMOX FM Hazelwood, the voice of St. Louis.
At 9 o'clock, we have a mix of clouds and sun and 33 degrees downtown at the Gateway Arch. Good morning, I'm Scott Jagow. Our top story this hour, 2 National Guard members from West Virginia critically wounded in a targeted shooting. Officials say the suspect is a native of Afghanistan who lived in Washington state after coming to the U.S. 4 years ago.
Multiple sources familiar with the investigation tell CBS News the gunman first fired 4 rounds from his handgun, then took the fallen Guard member's weapon and continued shooting. The 2 victims, both from the West Virginia National Guard, were whisked to the hospital. Both are in critical condition. In a statement, West Virginia's governor called them both brave, saying, quote, "Our prayers are with these brave service members and their families."
The Macy's Day Thanksgiving Parade is underway in New York City. This is the 99th edition, and it's a windy one. But the director of operations, Kathleen Wright, says they were ready for that.
All of our balloons go through a flight analysis process in which we test them in real time, in real world wind conditions, and we do a lot of computer model testing where we see how the balloons will react in different wind conditions. We're prepared for many different wind conditions. We work closely with city agencies on what those guidelines are, and we train all of our flight teams throughout the year. We do several balloon trainings to ensure that they're prepared and they know how to respond in those different wind conditions.
Snow is in the forecast here this weekend, and it may harken memories back to how the city did not plow side streets last year.
Back in February, the Jones administration told KMOX that smaller plows were being purchased for this winter. KMOX confirmed with the city that they have 4 smaller plows installed to work side streets after the main roads and intersections are clear. Mayor Kara Spencer.
We recently appointed a new street director, Mr. James Jackson, who has a long resume of coming into cities, cleaning things up in the streets departments.
And there's a new director of SEMA who's in charge of activating the city's Code Blue system, which opens warming shelters and other ways to help the homeless when the temps really drop. Stuart McMillan, KMOX News.
The Business Desk is sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com. Just like Charlie Brown, finding the perfect Christmas tree is a must, and if you're in the market for a fresh one, this should be a good year. Rick Dungy is the head of the National Christmas Tree Association.
Looking for a great Christmas tree is going to be able to find one.
That's really good news because it seems like maybe last year the supply was shorter.
In some markets, it was tough to get supply, tough to get inventory, particularly for the pre-cut market. And I know a lot of the cut-your-own farms, especially up in the Northeast, are running kind of low in inventory. They've had some good sales years.
Now your weather forecast.
A winter storm watch from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening. The rest of Thanksgiving Day will be brisk and chilly with sun and some clouds and a high of 42. Clear and cold tonight, though 20 to 24. Tomorrow will be cold as sunshine fades, be at increasing clouds, the high 39. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
And I'm Scott Jagow, KMOX News.
Welcome to the 9 o'clock hour of our Johnny Rabbit KMOX Thanksgiving special. In this hour, we'll have a visit with Dan Gray, one time at KMOX. A lot of people didn't know that. They think he's been on TV, which he was, for a long, long time, like KTVI and KPLR. He is now retired. Then it's Radio Rich Dalton, also a one-time KMOX employee, a news writer. He'll tell more about that and his association with John McCormick. And George Mahey of St. Louis Magazine will talk about where we can still, today, even if you've made no reservation, you can still get a Thanksgiving dinner. Where? He'll tell us where. Plus, we'll talk with another longtime KMOX listener. In honor of this day, here's some of the Thanksgiving song by Ben Rector.
Familiar highways, lined with leaves turn brown, making my way back into my hometown. Funny how this all looks different, but it feels the same. Like how life never stops changing, but some things never change. So fill your plate and fill your drink and fill this house with family, the kind of love that all these years can't wash away. 'Cause the older that I get, I see that life is short and bittersweet. Thank God for this Thanksgiving Day.
To paraphrase what I said this past Sunday when I opened my weekly KMOX 850 AM feature about St. Louis pop culture and history with Scott Jagow, I am very thankful on this Thanksgiving Day that I am a rabbit and not a turkey. Our visitor this time, Dan Gray. Here he is. He was a KMOX newsman for 10 years, starting in 1991. Also worked as an anchor reporter for Channel 5 until 2003. On Channel 2, Channel 11. Dan Gray, Dan, you're from St. Louis, right?
Yeah, that's right, Johnny. Happy Thanksgiving and happy anniversary to KMOX for sure. Yeah, I grew up in St. Louis. It was born and raised at the old DePaul Hospital, and then grew up in North St. Louis and then North St. Louis County, and then moved away after I had gone to school and college for a while, and then moved away as broadcasters do and moved around the country a bit, and then got the opportunity to move back to the hometown of St. Louis.
Now, DePaul Hospital, that building is still there, I believe, but the hospital is long gone. Now, high school, where did you go? You got to ask this question of everybody from St. Louis. Where did you go to high school?
Well, it was in the Jennings School District, and it was, at that time, there were two high schools in Jennings. There was Jennings High School and Fairview High School, and I went to Fairview High School. Fairview then is no longer there. It merged with Jennings High School, and so I went to Fairview High School in Jennings.
Then when did you decide broadcasting is going to be a career for you, and how did it start?
Well, I think I started just by listening to the radio and just, hearing disc jockeys that were having so much fun playing the hits. And I thought, what a job. I mean, what a great job that might be. It might be fun, and so I pursued first an acting career in high school and college and community theater in St. Louis, and then found out that, being a professional actor, there's only one in a million Tom Hanks or Tom Cruise. It's not a very secure job. So I kind of shifted, went into broadcasting and worked at college radio stations and worked my way, through there and decided that broadcast journalism would be the way to go. And so then I did, and my first job, then I got a first job outside of Kansas City in a radio station. And then from there went for 8 years in radio, 43 years in television. And so for a total of 51 years, it was around that time when Regis Philbin had retired after 50 years. And I decided I want to beat Regis. So I went 51.
Good for you. That's a good goal. Now, you were always involved with a lot of charitable organizations, I understand. And would you still work with any of them today?
Yes, quite a few. The Salvation Army, St. Andrew's Charitable Foundation, the NAMI St. Louis organization, a number of them that I still do work for in emceeing events and helping them raise funds, and throughout a variety of organizations throughout the St. Louis area, yeah.
That's great. Now, what about commercial work? Do you ever record commercials? And that's not a big deal like it used to be, but maybe you do some of that.
No, I haven't really ventured into that much. A little bit I've done, and a little bit I've done that since retiring 3 years ago. but not a whole lot. It is a very competitive industry, that's for sure. You're competing against people all over the world for voiceover work. And since I retired, I kind of decided, well, I am going to retire, except that my wife and I opened a restaurant about 4.5 years ago.
Oh.
So I'm not really fully retired.
Well, I guess not if you have a restaurant to run. Where is the restaurant? What's the name of it?
It's Bourbon Cafe and Coffee Saloon, and it's in Bourbon, Missouri, which is just about an hour southwest of St. Louis, straight down Interstate 44.
Okay, 44. Let's see. And I have never been to Bourbon, Missouri. That's in Boone County. But
it's in Crawford County.
Crawford County? So how do you get there again? 44 to what?
Interstate 44, and you pass Union, you pass Sullivan, and the next exit past Sullivan, Missouri, is the Bourbon exit. There's only one Bourbon exit.
Okay.
And so it's a town of about 1,600, and we had an opportunity that was kind of presented to us to open something there in a vacant building, and we did. My wife does all the heavy lifting. She's the magic behind the success of the restaurant, and so we went there and opened it about 4.5 years ago. And what's fascinating is we're just about a block off of Route 66, and we get so many travelers on vacationers from Route 66 from all over the world. People from all over the world are fascinated with Route 66 and travel it. And so we get people from all over the world, New Zealand and Australia and South Africa, throughout Europe. And it's always exciting to hear the languages that are spoken in the cafe and the saloon. It's kind of like we're the United Nations of bourbon.
And you're going to get a lot more people because it's the 100th anniversary of Route 66 this coming year.
That's right. Yeah. There are already events that have been held this year to kind of kick off the centennial of Route 66 next year. And so we're already planning to be involved in a number of events next year for the anniversary of Route 66 throughout the area. And I think Springfield, Missouri is really going to be kicking up a big festival for the Route 66 celebration with concerts and fairs and everything next year.
What do you have? What are your specialties at the restaurant? Do you have certain things you're noted for?
Biscuits and gravy on the weekends. Biscuits and gravy on Saturday and Sunday morning. We're open from Thursday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m.
But you're not open today.
No, not open today. Not open today, and we're closed for the rest of the week for the holiday. But we'll be reopened December 4th, and that's a Thursday. We're open Thursday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And biscuits and gravy are a specialty on the weekends. We usually sell out. So if you're interested in biscuits and gravy at the Bourbon Cafe and Coffee Saloon, I recommend you get there early.
Will you be there?
I'm usually there. My wife is there most of the time when I'm we still live in the St. Louis area, so I'll be home here for some time, and then sometime I'm usually there 2 or 3 days a week, but I'm usually there on the weekends. Yeah.
Now it's sort of like Stan Musial used to be at Musial and Biggie's. He'd be signing autographs or talking to people. I'm sure you do that, but people know who you are. And how long, if you were driving from St. Louis, going out 44, how long does it take?
Well, depending on where you're coming from in the St. Louis area, about an hour. Could be an hour and 15, an hour and a half if you're coming from maybe Metro East. And it's straight down Interstate 44 West, and you get off at the Bourbon exit and turn left and pass over the interstate and then follow that road right into the little downtown area of Bourbon. That puts you on East Pine Street, and we're right downtown. Can't miss us on East Pine Street.
Who hired you when you came to KMOX? Was it 1991?
Yeah, it was John Butler, the news director. I had contacted John. I was kind of in between jobs on Channel 5 and Channel 2, and so I called him, and he hired me. And so I would do freelance work, and I did it for over 10 years. Now that I think about it, Johnny, I think it was maybe closer to 15 years. But I would do freelance work, maybe fill in for somebody who was off. And usually in the morning, the early morning hours, I'd fill in for Debbie Monterey or Doug McKelvin. And I worked a lot with Debbie and a lot with Tom Ackerman. and Chris Myhill is the producer.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I would usually work the early morning hours, and, it would be maybe once or twice a month or something, maybe even more than that throughout the years. But it was always great. I always loved it. Debbie is one of the funniest people I know, and I wish you could hear some of the things she says when the microphone's off.
I can imagine. Well, Dan, thank you very, very much. Thanks for all you've done for St. Louis and for joining us this morning, and have a great Thanksgiving Day. Now, wait a minute. Do you still have to cook on Thanksgiving Day, or do you have food?
No, my son is doing that. My son Nick is, and his family, his wife and children. We're going over to their house today. See my wife and I, and we'll see Nick and his wife and our grandchildren. And Nick is a great cook, and he'll be doing all the cooking.
Oh, very good. Thanks a lot, Dan. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Happy Thanksgiving.
That's Dan Gray. You know the name. You know the face, of course. And really, another great legend of St. Louis who worked for many years here at KMOX. Well, let's see. What's happening next is we're going to go to the St. Louis Magazine. The guy there that writes all about the food is George Mahey. We will introduce you to George Mahey, if you don't already know him, on KMOX here on our Thanksgiving special in the next few minutes. I'm Johnny Rabbit. Thank you.
KMOX, celebrating 100 years. Presented by Purina. Your pet, our passion. Now, a KMOX pioneer.
From the moment he joined KMOX in 1946, Rex Davis became one of the most trusted and authoritative news voices in St. Louis. His commanding delivery and journalistic integrity helped define the station's identity for decades. His work on Total Information AM, alongside Bob Hardy, made it one of the most successful morning news programs in the nation. At its peak, heard by an astonishing 33% of the local radio audience.
This is Rex Davis. I'm asking you to join me for a special KMOX radio program in celebration of Independence Day, 1964.
But Rex also had a lighter side. His playful exchanges on The Jack Carney Show revealed the humor behind the headline voice listeners trusted. Rex Davis, a KMOX pioneer.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Tom Ackerman here for Busey Bank, recognizing the Guardian Angel Settlement Association as a building community partner. Guardian Angel serves under-resourced community members, helping them take the first step on the path to possible. They assist over 5,000 individuals in our community through their early childhood education and social stability programs. To learn more about Guardian Angel, Google Guardian Angel STL. Busey Bank encourages you to get involved. Together, we can build community.
This is Pat Buring, Executive Vice President at Busey Bank. At Busey, community and giving back are at the heart of everything we do. We're more than a bank. We're your neighbors and your partners. We take pride in engaging with the communities we serve and building lasting relationships because our commitment to strengthening our communities is a top priority. Whether you're shopping local or giving back through volunteerism, every little bit counts. Join us at Busey Bank as we continue building the communities we call home.
For residential and commercial heating repairs, service, maintenance, or installation, contact Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Installation. With over 50 years of HVAC service, get in your comfort zone this winter. Visit aircomfortservice.com. That's aircomfortservice.com.
I'm Kent Martin. From my days at the station to today, KMOX has always been part of St. Louis. Congratulations on 100 years.
Hello, Les and Mary Neal. Les and Mary Neal are listening today to KMOX. Les is one of the big record collectors. He always collected records. He has thousands of them. Probably never listens to any of them anymore. I don't know. It's funny when I was thinking of the changes in radio, and I was asking Steve Moore, our director of KMOX, about I had some CDs to bring in. I knew LPs wouldn't work because we don't have a record player in here. And he said, we don't have a CD player anymore. Things do change. Well, here in our KMOX tribute to the All-American holiday of Thanksgiving, so closely associated with food, we have George Mahey is here right now from St. Louis Magazine and STLMag.com to talk about Thanksgiving today and food and maybe a little about KMOX. George Mahey, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Always a pleasure. I remember you, Rabbit, from the days of 45s when you were spinning 45s at KMOX.
That's true.
How far back I go.
People don't know what a 45 is anymore, I don't think.
Or KXOK. I'm sorry. You were at KXOK.
Yeah, right.
Those were the good old days. Always nice to talk to you. How you been?
I'm fine. It's good to talk to you, and I know you're doing well, and I have a feeling there are more than a few people who are listening that are still deciding, what are we going to do about dinner today? And we don't have anything to cook at home, a can of Dr. Pepper baked beans or something. So what do you suggest for these people who are in a quandary?
It's normally I'd say, it's too late. You're in big trouble. But as a matter of fact, it's not too late. And, things do change. People all of a sudden become available and need a place to go. Sure. And a couple places that I know of, I know that Brio out in Frontenac has some openings. You can still make a reservation at Brio, and they've got a turkey dinner with all the fixings, but you can also get their regular menu as well. Mm-hmm. Out at Capitol Grill in Clayton, where we have gone to on occasion on Thanksgiving, they still have reservations available, I think, for 2 or 6 people. And that's just a great place to go. And we sat in their bar, and a lot of these nicer places have bar seating that's available, and they kind of leave them for the last minute for people like this.
Oh,
so you can walk in on Thanksgiving and get a seat either at the bar or in the bar. Out at Ruth's Chris in Chesterfield, they do a 3-course dinner. You can still get in there. And I guess in general what I would recommend, Ron, is the bigger places. I would try those first because they've got more availability. But that's a couple off the top of my head. And really, one of my top picks is a place called Oceano Bistro in Clayton.
Oh, yeah.
It's a seafood restaurant. And we were there last year, sat at the bar, and I had the best Thanksgiving dinner in a restaurant that I've ever been served. And it was outstanding. And, we actually went late, which I thought, oh, boy, this is a recipe for dry turkey. We're in big trouble here, And it was absolutely perfect. Every side dish, every item. And I know they do have availabilities today as well, and they've got other things on their Thanksgiving menu too. But the turkey breast dinner with all the sides and fixings, I think is $45. Very reasonable.
Not bad.
You could see me there tonight.
Oceana. That's
yes,
a little.
absolutely.
That's a 2-story building. It's on the southeast corner of. Is that Brentwood and Maryland?
Yes, Brentwood in Maryland, and they don't do a lot of advertising because, quite honestly, I think they do just fine without advertising. So it's kind of a little under the radar spot for Thanksgiving. So there's a little tip for all the listeners.
That's good. Now, Pietro's has a big day for. I don't know if you know anything if they have any openings or not on Watson Road.
I did not check with them, but
That's
the other
okay.
thing people can do is, you can go on to Open Table and you can go on to Resi, and there's a little tab called Notify Me. And if there are cancellations, you get pinged on your phone. And my guess is if you tried this, for 3 or 4 places, you'd get a call or you'd get a ping.
Open
and the only
Table.
thing we have to be is Open Table, the reservation platform.
Sure. Now, what is the other one?
Resi,
You mentioned Resi?
Resi, RESY. They've both got that function, and it works. And the only caveat is if you get that ping on your phone, you got to be pretty quick on the draw, because if not, somebody else will grab that reservation. And that's good for really any night of the week at any of these restaurants. But as long as you're flexible, and there's no commitment, there's no obligation to do it. So it's really a great way to kind of keep yourself available for those last minute cancellations.
Good advice. George Mankey, what about KMOX? What have any memories, especially of KMOX?
Back when I remember KMOX, I just remember the insane amount of power that it had. It was 50,000 watts, right? You could hear it all over the Midwest, no matter what you were listening on, in a car, wherever. And my biggest memory probably was in grade school when I'd have my transistor radio in my pocket in school, and I'd have, I'd stick it in the desk maybe and run a little earphone through my sleeve up into my hand, and I'd sit with my hand on my head on the desk, and I'd be listening to the World Series while the teacher was trying to teach, and I was, looking like I was paying attention, and I wasn't. And there was always somebody in the class that was doing that, and that person from time to time would hold up their hands like 3-0, give you the score, give the rest of the class the score, because we all couldn't sit there with transistors in our ears. But I remember, that you'd see the guy's hand go up and you go, okay, there's been a score change. And it was this, it was like in 4th grade. I'll never forget that. And we had this got the biggest kick out of this, keeping track of the game while we were in school. Thank you, KMOX.
That's terrific. I recently wrote you a note to which you've kindly responded about where in the world can you find restaurants that have armchairs?
Yes. And, I get asked a lot of questions, and I've never been asked that one, but it's a really good one. And, it's not something I think about automatically, but I think, again, the nicer steakhouses, the more the more opulent places will probably have leather chairs and armchairs and something more sumptuous. So I would try that. I would try those places first. Just call them up and say, hey, do you guys have any armchairs? Sure. And the one I think I sent back to you was Mainlander in the Central West End, that I know they've got kind of this eclectic decor in there, and they've got some armchairs in there. And by the way, that is an excellent restaurant for anybody that hasn't been. Everyone I've ever sent to Mainlander has called me back and said, man, that was a great experience. I can't wait to go back. And they just moved up the street on Euclid. They're in where the old Duff's was. I know you remember that place.
Sure do.
So anyway, that and it's Christmas time too, and there's that's the other question I get asked a lot is, how about restaurants that deck out for Christmas? How about the places that go all out? Yeah. And you probably know about Sam's Steakhouse. I know you know about it, but they're big into Christmas there. The place is just head to toe decked out. And I was just talking last night to Steve Komarek at Trattoria Marcella, and out at their other restaurant, Mia Sorella, out in Baldwin or Chesterfield. They it was he said, hey, my brother and I remember Christmases. We remember our mom Marcella just going all out. And he said, why have we never decorated our restaurants for Christmas? And this year they did. Mia Sorella looks like it's crazy out there. They just went overboard. You walk through this lit archway, and there's these giant. There's a giant white bear or polar bear hanging from the ceiling. I'm telling you have to go out there to just walk through the place if you can't eat there, because they and the brothers got this giant kick out of it because it's honoring their mom at Christmas time, and that's one I think that nobody knows about because they just decided to do this.
That's
Again,
great.
Mia Sorella out west. There is another place, the Shack, very popular restaurant. There's several of them in town, but at their Frontenac location, they have spent a lot of time and effort, again, decorating the whole place top to bottom. And if you know the Shack, it's a breakfast and lunch place. But for the holiday, they're open for dinner. And they've got a special holiday menu. And those that, want to experience the Shack at night can do it. And all I can say is there's a lot of fun surprises, a lot of don't forget to check out the restrooms if you go. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
And it's a really smart thing for those guys because that's a day part that they're not even open. And for the next month they sold out the first couple weeks.
Wow.
And I'm here to tell you that on December 1st, they are going to open up the next block, which is basically the 16th of the month until the 28th. But again, these tickets go on sale 12/1, and the listeners would be advised to get on their website right then because this thing is so popular that it's selling out. These Christmas bars and anybody that decks out their restaurant for Christmas, it's just so insanely popular. It's just a wonderful time of year, a
sure
busy
is.
time of year, and and people get dressed up, or they will wear their ugly sweaters or whatever, and just go out with the family and have a great time. So there's a lot of opportunities in St. Louis. We just did a podcast on it. We covered the pop-up bars, the places that kind of again, just decorate their place like crazy and offer special cocktails and special menus and special theme nights. And there's 33 of them now. 10 years ago, there was one.
Wow.
And so anyway, there's a great podcast on stlmag.com. The podcast is called Arch Eats. And we just had a ball talking about all the different ways that these establishments celebrate the holiday. Just a great time.
Well, George, thank you.
Yeah, I love the holidays.
I
Love
do
the
too.
holidays,
Thank
Ron.
you so much for spending part of your holiday with us.
It's a pleasure. Always a pleasure, sir. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
And
Thanksgiving to you, too. He was mentioning Duff's on Euclid. I remember when they closed, there was a sign in front from a quote from Dr. Seuss. It was, "Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened." Hey, next, you're going to smile when you hear Radio Rich. Radio Rich Dalton, one of St. Louis's best-known DJs. He'll be with us next. And the last time we met was over breakfast at Chris's Pancake and Dining in Southwest. Now, not many people know, but he once worked for KMOX, and he will be with us on our Thanksgiving special. I'm Johnny Rabbit.
This Thanksgiving, KMOX has your holiday sports feast. It all starts on KMOX 104.1 FM at 2 o'clock with full game coverage of the Kansas City Chiefs. Then keep the action rolling as the St. Louis Billikens tip off their holiday matchup. Pre-game starts at 5:45 on KMOX 1120 AM. When Chiefs coverage wraps up, KMOX FM will join Billikens basketball already in progress. A Thanksgiving doubleheader, Chiefs and Billikens, only on America's Sports Voice, KMOX.
I'll tell you, there's nothing like watching Thanksgiving football. But for football fans in Missouri, this year, FanDuel's about to make it even better because with points giving, all FanDuel customers in Missouri get $1 in bonus bets for every point scored in the Chiefs-Cowboys game. So, for example, if the final score is 24-21, you're going to get $45 in bonus bets. Awesome deal. And it doesn't matter if you've already signed up for FanDuel or if you've been waiting for the right moment to join. Just head to FanDuel.com/Missouri to get started. FanDuel.com/Missouri to score bonus bets for every point in the Chiefs-Cowboys game. Enjoy a football feast with points giving on FanDuel. Coming soon to Missouri. 21 and over and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Discover the life you want at Fairwinds River's Edge in St. Charles. We deliver a life-enhancing environment that nourishes the mind, body, and spirit as residents lean into joy and embrace purpose in a new age of senior living. Simply put, we have your back so you can put your best foot forward. Join us Wednesday, December 3rd for our holiday craft fair, followed by happy hour with BB Boomers. Visit Fairwinds River's Edge on Facebook to learn more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Well, we're back with the Thanksgiving special. I'm Johnny Rabbit. Just heard from James J. Gribben of South County. He and Rose are going to have a big feast at Bob Evans today. And he'll be wearing, he said, his Thread Needle Street shoes that he bought at Boyd's for $35 in 1955. Still wearing them. And I think a lot of people are. Well, a guy that's been around for a long time and is still around. I'm talking about Radio Rich, one of the best-known disc jockeys in St. Louis, Radio Rich Dalton. Good morning. Thank you for being here in KMOX.
My pleasure, Rab, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
I think everybody will agree to that. It's going to be a happy day. No snow, which is a very nice thing. There might be a little later on.
You mentioned Boyd's.
Yeah.
I worked at downtown Boyd's in about 1968 or 69 or something like that.
Gosh, of all the places. So
yeah.
And you worked there. Were you going to be in the retail business? How did you get into broadcasting?
No, it was just a job. In fact, I just started working in the warehouse, and the guy who ran the place, a guy named Mr. Wheeler, came through and just, I don't know, he liked me or something and said, you need to be a sales guy. And I was main floor men's furnishing, selling Countess Mara ties and Hathaway shirts.
I'll be darned. Have big names in those days.
London Fog jackets.
Oh, London Fog. My goodness. Why? Those are some great names out of the past. I think London Fog you can still get, but it's not the same as it used to be. Well, what about radio today, Radio Rich? What are you doing?
Well, I do a radio show from 2 different signals. 93.1, it comes out of Perryville. It gets the southern part of the city. And then we simulcast on 101.7 that comes down from Ellsbury. And we just about, but not completely, cover the St. Louis area. And they let me play what I want, and so I'm a happy guy. I do a show out of my house.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm on from 8 until midnight on this radio station, and Sunday night from 6 to midnight, and that's what I'm doing.
Well, that's interesting. You do it right from your house. You don't have to go anywhere. That's wonderful. What do? You play records? Do you play CDs? Or how do you get your music?
Well, Reb, in the computer age, it doesn't make any difference where you are. We're all interconnected. And so I do my show from my house, tap into their computer system, and all the music is digitized.
Sure.
In fact, if you go to a modern radio studio now, there are no records in there, not even any CDs.
You're right. That's
Everything's
for sure.
on a file, and you want to play a song, say you want to play something by the Beatles, you type in Beatles and the catalog pop up.
Yes.
And then you take what you want and you put it into your playlist for that day, and then you record what you want to say. We call them voice tracks, and then upload them into the system, and there you go.
So how long does it take you doing that to do a 4-hour show?
Well, it depends. It doesn't take 4 hours. Because I don't sit there and listen to the songs.
Right.
I can hear them if I want. But it depends on how much you want to put into it. You could usually do a show in half the time.
That's really interesting. And it's something for people to listen to so they can still hear you. How did you get started in radio? You were at Boyd's. Did you go, what happened next?
Well, it was music, love of music, that led me into radio. And I was born in 1950, so I was perfectly placed, for the beginning of rock and roll. I was 13, 14 years old when the Beatles hit, and listening to Johnny Rabbit on KXOK, the big 630.
Thank you very much.
And then when FM started showing up, 67, 68, I started doing college radio, and I became a mass comm major at SIU, and I got an internship at a radio station called KMOX.
Ah, yes.
The voice of St. Louis.
An internship. Very interesting.
I was an assistant to Jim White.
Oh.
And they liked me and hired me as a news writer for weekends at KMOX. And this was probably about 1970 when, it was maybe at its peak. It was an astonishingly successful radio station. Everybody in the city listened to it. And of course, all around the country with the 50,000 watts. And there were great people there, Jack Carney and Jim White and, just everybody.
What about John McCormick? Did you work on his show?
Very much so. John McCormick was the man that walked and talked at midnight, and a very smooth, very interesting, very debonair kind of man. And some people, I never consciously copied him or anything, but I'm sure elements of his on the air, I absorbed. But he would come down from his office, and I always thought if they did a movie about him, David Niven could play John McCormick.
Good idea.
And he came down, and he didn't use one of the big studios. He used a smaller one, which they called the announce booth. And he had this little box of things. And one was a little tensor light. Another was this piece of sort of black velvet cloth, which he spread out on the table. He would get out his cigarettes, and he would get them out of the pack and line them up. And then as he did his show, he would sometimes, I could see he had his hands on this little piece of black cloth, and he was kind of, feeling it while he was saying, this is the man, the broadcasting man, 50,000 watt clear channel station KMOX, the voice of St. Louis. And he used to like to read these longer form articles. So sometimes I'd be in the dentist office or something, and I'd be reading something and I'd think, John McCormick would like this. And I'd steal the magazine from the dentist office and write out the story. And from time to time, he'd be reading the story. We'd look through the glass into the newsroom where I sit and, give me the thumbs up.
Oh, that's great.
And he was a real interesting guy.
What kind of cigarettes did he smoke? Do you recall?
They're filterless. I think Camels, but don't hold me to that. But they had no filters. I know that.
Now, what about, did he ever get food at night delivered to him? Working
no, he
along
sent me out to White Castle. I went to get White Castles for John McCormick.
Over on Choteau?
The man that walked and talked to midnight.
I guess that was on Choteau Avenue you had to go?
Yes.
I'll be darned. How many did he catch? How many did he have?
I don't know. But you know what? He also bought for me.
Very interesting. A lot of good memories. I think we got about another minute or so. Just your thought about any changes in the radio business that might be coming. Well, now you're talking a lot about computers. What about artificial intelligence? Something's happened to him. Artificial intelligence got to him. He couldn't take it anymore. I can't take it either to think of an AI and the voices of AI where you're supposedly going to be able to hear anybody you want to. And you can say, I'd like to hear whoever. I'd like to hear Jack Carney again. And they'd have an artificial voice imitating Jack Carney. Now, these are the things that are happening in the future. And I'll tell you, there are a lot of exciting things going on with stations like KMOX that we're able to keep things live and on the air. Well, Rich Dalton, thank you very much for being here.
I'm back. I'm sorry I got cut off.
That's
I don't know
okay.
what happened.
Who knows? But we're glad you're back, and we're glad you're on with us today, and I hope to see you and Patty soon. Maybe we'll have another breakfast somewhere.
Yeah, you and Glenn, great. It's nice, and it's always good to see you, Ron.
Thank you. You too, Rich. Radio Rich, and I forgot to mention his daughter is in Radio 2 at KWMU. Coming up with Christmas songs is easy, but not so with songs about Thanksgiving. We might hear one of those in just a couple of minutes before we have our next loyal KMOX listener on the air, Maureen Jocko. She'll be on next. I'm Johnny Rabbit. This is KMOX.
I taught you how to smoke your first cigarette. You were so sweet.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
A lot of people are ditching their old smartphones in favor of new devices. IDC reported that global smartphone shipments rose 2.6% in the third quarter from a year earlier, with Apple posting its strongest third quarter ever as the iPhone 17 debuted at the end of the quarter. Samsung's Galaxy line led in overall sales at more than 61 million compared to just under 59 million for Apple. I'm Jason Brooks.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Winter Wonderland, presented by St. Louis County Parks and Recreation at Tillis Park, is open Wednesday, November 26th through January 3rd. Enjoy more than 1 million dazzling lights with holiday characters and festive scenes. Whether you're carrying on a family tradition or starting a new one, you'll never see anything like Winter Wonderland at Tillis Park. Happy holidays from Kirkwood Fence, Tully Tire, Washington U Orthopedics, Restoration One, and Happy Roof. Get more info at KMOX.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
For residential and commercial heating repairs, service, maintenance, or installation, contact Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation. With over 50 years of HVAC service, get in your comfort zone this winter. Visit aircomfortservice.com. That's aircomfortservice.com.
Get into the spirit of the season with free holiday concerts by the U.S. Air Force Band of Mid-America, December 6th through 12th. Get free tickets and locations at afbandtix.org. That's afbandtix.org.
Join in the festivities as the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra presents Beethoven's Seventh, Energy and Reverie. Sparks of energy will fly across Powell Hall in this spirited Thanksgiving weekend event featuring one of Beethoven's personal favorites, his blazing, boisterous Seventh Symphony. Pianist Joyce Yang joins to give her interpretation of Rachmaninoff's Rhapsody on a theme of Paganini, November 29th and 30th. Tickets at slso.org.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
For all station contest rules, go to KMOX.com/rules.
Well, here we are, playing a few pieces of music from Thanksgiving time. You had a lot of Christmas music. Hard to find Thanksgiving music. We heard the Vince Guaraldi Trio as sort of a theme. That's from Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. And now let's get a song that really isn't a Thanksgiving song, but it really has a Thanksgiving theme. And it's this, In My Life, it's by the Beatles.
There are places I remember all my life, though some have changed, some forever, not for better. Some have gone, and some remain. All these places had their moments with lovers and friends I still can recall. Some are dead and some are living. In my life, I've loved them all.
Well, it's time now to visit with the many-year KMOX listener. Hello, Maureen Jocko. You're right there. Good morning.
Good morning, Rabbit. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving to you. What are you doing today?
We are going to my sister and brother-in-law's house where I am in charge of green bean casserole and what is appearing to be an overpriced dessert that I could have bought for $10 at Sam's Club.
Oh, no. Okay.
But sure we'll have fun.
And when did you start listening to KMOX?
Oh, my goodness. Well, sounds like many of your listeners. I grew up in a house where KMOX was on morning until night, and we've even continued the tradition. You know, we would leave it on for our puppy, Phoebe, while we were out.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes. But a great memory I have is over the years, I've been lucky to win tickets to the station to all kinds of fun events, many from Charlie Brendan's great show. But I always made sure I waited the 60 days until I tried again. You know, I'd even mark it on the calendar because they had that rule. But when I was a kid, and I think this was on KMOX, and I'm sure some listeners might remember, there was a contest where the announcer would say a page number in the phone book. And if your name was on that page and you called in within a few minutes, you won a big prize. And as it turned out, my parents were on that page and won a trip to Las Vegas.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes, and
funny.
I think if I remember they paid the babysitter in silver dollars. And
oh, that's a great. When you,
I know.
You really win a lot of prizes, don't you?
Well, I wait the 60 days, Rab.
Oh, good.
I always wait the 60 days in case there's any rule people there.
Do you generally listen to KMOX on the radio or on a streaming device, or how do you listen?
Well, we usually listen to it on the radio, and then sometimes at work I'll stream it on my phone so I can listen while I'm at work.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
So,
but I was thinking about it this morning. I thought of another thing, another great memory was having Wendy Wiest read my mom's wonderfully funny poem for my dad's 50th birthday for the dime rhyme. Remember that?
I do remember the dime rhyme, yes.
Oh, my gosh. He was so surprised and loved it. And I still remember one line that was in the poem, and it was, despite crowns and canettos, he's weathered it well.
And, of course, you're talking about your dad, Neil Zvitanics.
That's right. That's right.
City of St. Louis, and then Lee May Fire Chief for around for so many years. What a great guy, I'll tell you.
Oh, I second that.
But well,
you know what? I do have to agree with another caller. My favorite KMOX memory involves snow day school closure.
Oh, sure.
Because long before we got emails and text and snow chains, we would gather around that radio in my parents' bedroom like it was a Roosevelt fireside chat. I so remember when Mr. Davis and Hardy finally got to the long list of Our Ladies and praying one of them would say Our Lady of Mount Carmel and later Rosati Kane. And if they did, oh my goodness, cheers would break out among my sisters and me. Usually followed by a complete look of disappointment across my mother's face, knowing, she'd have to deal with us all day and nothing else.
Oh, how cute. Such nice memories, great memories. What are you planning on seeing this? You go to a lot of shows and things. Anything special coming up?
We do. There's I will mention this, there's going to be a great performance of Phantom of the Opera at the Chase, the original movie, and it will include organ accompaniment.
By Jerry Marion.
Yes, that's right. And that is coming up, I think, December 12th and 14th. So mark that on your calendars. That'll be fun.
That will be. Maureen, thanks so much. Thanks for listening to KMOX. You are much appreciated.
Oh, thank you. KMOX has always been part of our lives, and I think it always will.
All right.
Thanks so much, Ram.
We got a lot more on the way in the next hour on KMOX.
Christmas has arrived at Chesterfield Valley Nursery with hundreds of Christmas trees and our winter greens. Visit our garden center for your live holiday decor, from garland to poinsettias to custom live wreaths made right here at Chesterfield Valley Nursery. Open to the public, everyone is welcome. Stop by 16825 North Outer 40 Road in Chesterfield, directly past the popular entertainment district. Visit ChesterfieldValleyNursery.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
What's up, Missouri? Tony Gonzalez here. I've spent a lot of Sundays right here playing in front of the best fans in football. And now it's almost your turn to get in the game, because DraftKings Sportsbook is coming to the Show Me State on December 1st. Soon you'll get fast payouts when you win, a safe and secure app that's easy to use, and promos that keep the action going all season long. It's America's top-rated sportsbook app. New customers can sign up right now and score $300 in bonus bets on launch day, December 1st.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code KMOX. New Missouri customers, sign up today and score $300 in bonus bets once we're live. That's code KMOX. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook. Subject to regulatory licensing requirements. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
Adam, what are you thankful for? Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie. I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
Hey there, it's Steven, the owner of the Photo Pros, formerly Creve Coeur Camera. Each day, people bring us their family history, single photos in need of restoration, piles of photos wanting them to be scanned, boxes of slides, albums, videotapes, DVDs, and even old home movies. We take them and digitize them, or what we call scan them at high resolution, and place them on a USB thumb drive. Plus, many people want additional copies for the rest of the family. Yes, we'll make you copies. Here's the best part. You don't have to send them out of St. Louis and have a chance of losing them. If needed, we can fix or restore the entire image or images. We are slightly higher priced than the internet, but our quality is top notch. Remember the Photo Pros, formerly Creve Coeur Camera. Come visit Mark, Derek, Daryl, Tony, and me, Steven, at our store. You can reach us at 314-567-3456 or Google the Photo Pros or even Creve Coeur Camera.
News, talk, cards. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At 10 o'clock, it's mostly sunny and 33 downtown at the Gateway Arch. Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm Scott Jagow. Our top story this hour, the 2 National Guard members shot yesterday while on duty in the National Capital remain in critical condition this morning. This according to U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro at a news conference this morning during which she identified them.
The 2 National Guards men that we're talking about are Sarah Beckstrom, who's 20 years old, and Andrew Wolf, who is 24 years old. They were uniformed members of the West Virginia National Guard, and they were in D.C. to keep D.C. safe, pursuant to President Trump's executive order to make D.C. safe and beautiful. They answered the call, they took the charge, they volunteered, they put their lives on the line for people they don't even know.
There is a winter storm on the way. Will the city of St. Louis do a better job plowing the streets this time?
We feel ready for it, and we certainly have some of the protocols in place to do a better job than we've done in the past.
This is Stuart McMillan. Back in February of this year, the Jones administration told KMOX News that it would be purchasing smaller plows to be used on side streets that were untouched last winter and years prior. KMOX confirmed with Mayor Kara Spencer's office that 4 smaller plows have arrived and are installed to hit those side streets after the main roads and intersections are passable.
I am excited. We put in some additional pay for folks that are willing to do snow duty, so incentivizing our city workforce to be part of the solution.
Last week, the mayor signed the Code Blue executive order, and it's already been activated for the Thanksgiving holiday. Participating shelters are open, Peter and Paul on Florissant Avenue and Biddle Housing on North 13th. The Business Desk is sponsored by Krentz Financial Group, KFGadvisors.com. Although sports gambling doesn't start until Monday, the emergence of prediction markets allow people to place bets on sports right now. Ryan Butler with Covers.com says the industry remains unregulated from a gambling perspective. They consider themselves stock trading, and bets are person against person instead of against a sports book.
A prediction market is you are trading. So every trade you have has to have somebody who wants to buy or sell, essentially. So basically, you have to take the bet.
He says the mechanism of trading makes it harder to find prop bets and build parlays like you would with a sports book. There is something about a real Christmas tree that makes all the cleanup worth it, and you walk in the house and smell it. Executive Director of Christmas Spirit Foundation, Rick Dungy, says you should be able to find plenty of trees this year where they don't just become 8 feet tall in one growing season.
Managing the planting and the inventory in your farm fields for Christmas tree farmers is something that they have to do many years ahead of time. So it's not an instant reaction industry or a crop to grow, that's for sure.
Dungy says wholesale prices are holding steady, so you won't see a big jump or reduction in prices from last year.
A winter storm watch from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening. Thanksgiving afternoon will be brisk and chilly with sunshine and some clouds and a high of 42. Tonight will be clear and cold, low 20 to 24. Remaining cold tomorrow. Sunshine gives way to increasing clouds in the afternoon, the high 39. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Just above freezing throughout the region. Right now, 33 in St. Peters, Florissant, and downtown at the Arch. I'm Scott Jagow, KMOX News.
I've got plenty to be thankful for. I haven't got a great big yacht to sail from shore to shore. Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for. I've got plenty to be thankful for. No private car, no cab.
Well, you know who that is. It's Bing Crosby. They're very thankful in this day, as we all are, and I thank you for being with us here on KMOX. And we got so many great guests that have taken a lot of time out of their day to be with you on our station, and our thanks to you for listening to. CBS White House correspondent Peter Mayer, he's listening. He's not right here. He's near the nation's capital in Fairfax, Virginia. Good morning, Peter Mayer. I hope you're well today.
Well, happy Thanksgiving, Johnny, and happy Thanksgiving to Scott and the entire crew at KMOX. I sure worked enough Thanksgivings and other holidays over the years. It's all part of the business.
Yeah, it sure is. Oh, gosh, what a business. How long were you doing the White House corresponding?
Well, you know, I was there from Jimmy Carter to the middle of Barack Obama's second term.
Oh, wow. How many years is that? 20-something?
Pretty close to 30 years.
Oh, my gosh. Why did you decide to quit, to retire? Any particular reason?
I realized I was the oldest guy on the bus, Johnny. It was time to spend the time with my dear wife. We celebrated, by the way, our 53rd anniversary last week. As Mrs. Rabbit knows, it's not easy to be married to the media.
Oh, isn't that the truth? And think of all of the things you had to do, all of the hours you had to work, and all the places you had to go and wanted to go in many cases. Far away, like Moscow.
Oh, yeah. I think I was remembering the other day that one of my most memorable Thanksgiving weeks was traveling with President George H.W. Bush to the Saudi desert right before the first Gulf War, Johnny. And we were there in the hot sands of the desert. And President Bush became emotional. A soldier thanked him so much for being there. And he uttered something about, 90% of everything is just showing up, and I'm proud to show up today. And then we choppered out to an amphibious assault ship in the Persian Gulf. Wow. And of course, President Bush, our last World War II veteran president, and also a Navy pilot who had been shot down over the Pacific in World War II, became very emotional when he was out there with the Navy men and women aboard that ship.
What an event that would have been. And to cover it. Now, do you have a lot of recordings of this that you have saved for yourself?
I do. Much to Mrs. Mayer's chagrin sometimes, I have one of those sort of Tupperware type barrels full of cassettes and mini discs, some of which go back to my days when I started in radio at WGNU in Granite City.
Wow. WGNU, Chuck Norman station.
Yes, indeed. The Chuckaroo was my first boss in radio.
Oh, my gosh.
Quite a character, as you remember.
Yeah, he really was. And then how did you get decide on news? Who led you into the news area?
I always wanted to get into the news business. I'm one of those unusual people, and I don't mean to sound boastful, Johnny. I was about 8 years old when I decided I want to be a news reporter. There was just something in my brain that made me want to tell people that they didn't know. Growing up in Granite City, I had a little toy typewriter, and I'd type out using carbon paper a little newspaper for people who lived in our neighborhood. And then I got a toy cassette, well, not a cassette, a reel-to-reel recorder, a little, I guess, Remco or something from back in that day. And that was my first little radio station.
Oh, my gosh.
And yeah, but, there's so many memories, first of all, of listening to you back in the day, and then working with you. You hired me at another radio station.
Right.
And, growing up and listening to KMOX, and my brother Craig and I were remembering that, on days like today, you just had the mayor on the air talking about getting ready for the snowstorm.
Sure.
And we'd sit by the radio and listening to KMOX in the morning and saying they had the school closings for the snow. And we'd say, please say Granite City is closed. Please say Granite City is closed.
That was a big deal. You're actually the third person to say that this morning on our show. He said was. And we didn't listen to those reports. My gosh, but now you get it, however, cell phones or something. Now, I understand a long time ago you selected the call letters for one of our radio stations in the St. Louis area. So what was it?
Well, I was at Southern Illinois University. I was in the first class of mass communications majors. And they didn't have the radio station on the air yet, but they were getting the license from the FCC. Mm-hmm. And we had a call letter contest. And I may not have been the only one. It's not so original, but I suggested WSIE, which is, of course, what the station is known as to this day.
Sure is. The jazz station now. And we're made, as a matter of fact, the manager of that station is going to be on our program that we're doing at the History Museum next Tuesday. We're talking about their history. When you come back to St. Louis, and I know you do quite often, probably as often as you can, what do you like to see? What do you like to do when you come here? Is there certain things that you like a must on your trips?
Well, number one is to see our family. I have cousins there. My Uncle Paul, who's going to be celebrating his 90th birthday in a little over a month, and, all kinds of friends. And, of course, on our last trip, we had major quality time with you and Mrs. Rabbit at your beautiful home.
Oh, that was a lot of fun. Thank you for coming there. We really enjoyed our trip, our visit with you that day. Hey, when you're here, we or you or your family are always going out somewhere to get some dinner or some lunch. Where do you like to go? Do you have any special St. Louis favorite places?
Oh, we like to go to restaurants on the Hill. Spiro's is one of our family favorites, going back to my late dear mother and father. And, of course, Ted Drew's. I was just talking to your producer about that. I met his sister the last time I was at Ted Drew's. And, of course, I had to order, unfortunately, a large. I shouldn't have ordered the large Johnny Rabbit concrete.
You should have. I got a nickel for every large one sold. Keep doing that. That's good. How about St. Louis as a city and developing into the future? How can it be a better place to live? What can the city of St. Louis do? And one of the things that we need to do is attract younger people to come into the city. It's not happening today. People are taking the exit ramps. Do you have any suggestions?
I'm certainly far from an expert on urban development or urban redevelopment. I would say first and foremost comes to my mind is probably building up the downtown area, making it more attractive and tourist-friendly. And, of course, just emphasizing the crown jewels of St. Louis, Forest Park and the wonderful History Museum. Oh, my gosh, the Art Museum is just spectacular. And so many of the other wonderful, wonderful landmarks in our great hometown.
Well, there are some great landmarks. Of course, the Arch, I know John Gunther, a friend of ours who's a noted architect, has written a book about the Arch. It's not a huge book, but it is packed with information. It's a timeline of the Arch, with just filled with pictures. I think it sells for $17, and it's about 40 pages long, but it's really a great book to have, and that is a great place to visit. Now, Peter, I have to tell you something. I'm working on a tour that I'm not going to conduct because I'm just writing the tour directions for Pat and Peggy Sly, Pat with Emerson Electric. And one of the things, I wanted to take them to the riverfront, to Leonore K. Sullivan Drive, and we went down there, and it's almost impossible to get there. The only place I could find that you could get on to Leonore K. Sullivan Drive anymore is going down Choteau, and then you go north, and it just ends. And none of the streets going to the east from downtown, none of them go through anymore. It is a very strange, almost an out-of-this-world experience. So that is a lot of changes since the Goldenrod was there, and the President and the Admiral and the McDonald Riverboat and all those other places. So here's a question of the day. What are you and Elizabeth doing for Thanksgiving dinner today?
We are actually in suburban Chicago, and we will be getting together with our 3 wonderful grandkids here and missing the other 2 grandkids who are elsewhere with their mom and dad. But just enjoying a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner in suburban Chicago. Last night, we went to Second City, the famous improv club and theater, and had a good time there. And then we went out for ice cream. So it's been just a wonderful, wonderful experience. But, getting back to what you were just saying,
yes,
if they could build up the riverfront, it would be wonderful. I don't know if there's still some of the old warehouses that are still down there that could be, made into different kinds of attractions.
There are some, but
wonderful.
Nothing's happening with it. But maybe it will. There's what they call Chodo's Landing, the opposite side of the arch from Macleod's Landing, and there are a lot of buildings there, but literally that I can see, nothing is going on with any of them at this point.
Wow.
Well, Peter, do you have any late-breaking news from the White House? I know you keep in touch with those people. There's so much going on.
Not so much anymore. No.
Okay.
So I guess I do not have any late-breaking news from the White House, except to say, I hate to put a damper on this wonderful holiday, but just except to say how upset I am about the demolition of the East Wing of the White House and the building of a monstrosity ballroom next to it. But let's not go there. I already did.
I thought that was the beautiful ballroom, not the... Oh, my gosh. Well, thank you. Thank you for all that you have done and all that you're doing and keeping active and coming to visit in St. Louis as much as you can. Peter Mayer, I appreciate your time and appreciate your friendship, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Johnny, and just so many memories of KMOX over the years. Rex Davis, my hero Bob Hardy, and so many others. So just great to be with you. And may I sign off with Rex's famous sign-off?
Yes, please do.
Do you remember what it was?
I don't.
So today's news shapes tomorrow.
That's it. It's true. Thanks, Peter Mayer.
Thank you, Johnny.
This is Johnny Rabbit. Rob Raines is going to be along here in just a couple of minutes. Rob co-wrote the 375-page, that's big, book, The Mighty Mocs, which covers the first 75 years of KMOX. This hour, you'll also meet former St. Louis and Neil Fisher. Now, he's now an anchor of the NBC TV station in Philadelphia. He's going to talk about being away from St. Louis at Thanksgiving. Plus, Kimmy Wasley of the Missouri Historical Society will tell a bit about our free second annual Johnny Rabbit lecture on radio at the History Museum next Tuesday at 10:30, on which Charlie Brennan and John Hancock will appear, with one of them playing ragtime music. Then we'll have a talk with the noted longtime KMOX producer, Chris Myhill. I'm Johnny Rabbit. This is KMOX.
Warehouses are increasingly relying on robots for operations, and a British robotics company is standing tall above its rivals. Dexery's robots are between 10 and 46 feet tall, and rather than being tasked with lifting and sorting packages, Dexery's robots provide a continuous stream of data while autonomously navigating warehouses. Dexery just raised $165 million to expand its fleet in the U.S. I'm Jason Brooks.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Just a quick question. Does it encrypt your online traffic the same as NordVPN?
No, but it protects your device. Just pop that CD in and you're good to go.
But it will stop your internet service provider and other snoopers from monitoring you online, right?
Oh, no, not really. It won't stop online snoopers or block annoying ads. In fact, forget what I said at the beginning of this ad. This ad is now about NordVPN. I just realized that an antivirus is only half protection online. So get better online protection with the NordVPN Black Friday deal. It will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. This Black Friday, get NordVPN with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months. Yeah!
Renewal by Andersen is the #1 window and door brand for customer service. Schedule your free inspection today. Call 877-WINDOWS. That's 877-WINDOWS. Or head to rbastl.com.
Home cooking. I'm afraid I should have stayed at home.
A lot of people are at home cooking today. This is Johnny Rabbit on KMOX. Hi to Debbie Hopper of the Wednesday Club, listening this morning. Joe Gertis is listening in St. Louis Hills. And Peter Mayer talked about the Johnny Rabbit chocolate-covered cherry concrete at Ted Drew's, and I'm very thankful for that. And also for the other Johnny Rabbit specials around town, the Johnny Rabbit special breakfast at Chris's Pancake and Dining on Watson Road at Southwest. The Johnny Rabbit Monkey Malt that Danny and the gang have continued on at the Fountain on Locust. These are all things you should have. And if you see Andy at Crown Candy, I know a lot of people are going there, and they will get the Johnny Rabbit Original Banana Malt. But what a book Rob Raines has done, Rob and Sally Raines. They're called The Mighty Mox, about the 75th anniversary, history of the people, the stories and events that made KMOX a radio giant. And on the back of the book, a longtime radio personality, John McCormick, once said he considered radio a source of magic. You're never alone when you have KMOX radio. Very true. Rob Raines, good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you, sir? Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. It's so exciting. This book has been fascinating me. Is it still available, or can you get it on Amazon or libraries?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Unfortunately, it's been 25 years now. It's hard to believe it came out for the 75th anniversary, and I know KMOX is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. But of course, that's the one thing about history is that when Sally and I wrote the book, it was all about a lot of the people who had a role in the KMOX up until that time, which of course is still true because that's the great thing about history is it really doesn't change.
No, it really doesn't. And what I like about it, you've got everybody's name in here, that basically everybody that worked here, not just on the air, but in the salespeople and producers and so on. So it's a real, if somebody really wants to look at a composite of what was KMOX like from the very beginning, from that Christmas Eve in 1925 up until 25 years ago. You ever think about doing another book on it?
Well, we talked about it a little bit, but I don't know. Wasn't the publishing world, as you know, has changed. Everything's not the same as it used to be. So it's not only with that idea, but a lot of ideas that we've had over the last few years. It just was hard to put them into action because of the way the world has changed.
Now, what is your association and Sally's association with KMOX?
Actually, she was working at KMOX when we met, 45 years ago or whatever. She was an intern in the sports department and worked over at the ballpark. And I was working for UPI at the time and met her at the press box. John Rooney actually introduced us and kind of been going on from there. So, yeah, I'd known John even before either one of us moved to St. Louis. I knew him in Kansas City. So it was a good friend that, thought we should meet. And lo and behold, we did. And here we are 43 years later. But I think it's, and I was doing, even though I was doing newspaper stuff and wire wire service stuff at the time. I also did a lot, of course, of the Sports on the Line programming and guests and stuff, and on some of the sports on a Sunday morning and things like that over the years when I was covering the Cardinals.
And what did Sally do here? What is her role?
She was an intern in the sports department. She worked there when Bob Costas and Bill Wilkerson and all those guys, Jack and Bob Starr and Dane Kelly and all the greats of the station were working in the sports office. So she, wrote the sportscasts and did interviews and things like that. You mentioned UPI. I'm sure there are people that don't know what UPI is. What does it stand for? Yeah. United Press International. It was a wire service back in the day when there were two actually wire services. Kind of like we used to have two newspapers in St. Louis too, the Post-Dispatch and the Globe-Democrat. But unfortunately, the media world has changed so much that UPI is still around, but it's more of an international photo service than it is a news wire service. But at the time when I worked there in the 1980s, it was a very viable competitor to the Associated Press and just covered all the news and sports and things that any other media outlet would cover. I was talking earlier about things that have changed at radio stations. One thing that has changed, there are no more teletype machines. Remember they clattered away? Oh, yeah. And it changed those ribbons. And you also knew how many dings meant, a bulletin, how many dings meant a flash. I mean, I remember those. We had those in our UPI office as well, and you always knew when you heard the 6 dings that something important was happening. So it's, all those days before the internet, before social media, it was a different world back then. Did Bill Greenblatt work at a UPI here? Did you? Mm-hmm. He was not there when he was I think a stringer at that point. Art Phillips was the main photographer, and Mary Butkus worked there when I was there back in the 80s as the main 2 photographers. But Bill was there, and of course then later on went on to succeed Art as the main UPI photographer in St. Louis. Yeah, unfortunately we lost him, earlier this year. That is very sad. But he did. I love the way he took pictures. I mean, it's just so fast. And it didn't even look like he was doing it. It was like natural, like a camera was part of him. Yeah, it's a great art. When you're a great photographer, it's a skill that and it's obviously you see. We talk about history. I mean, that's the one way we remember history. A lot of times is through the photos. Yeah. Now, you do a lot of writing still, don't you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still cover the Cardinals on a daily basis. I run a website called stlsportspage.com. Still do a lot of radio interviews as well. Still, very active in that area. So it's just different world of how we get out the news and celebrate. We're still going to the ball games, still covering them. So it's still fun. It is fun to do these things. stlsportspage.com. It comes out every day, something new, or is it just updated? It's a regular wire. Well, it depends on when the news happens. Sure. Obviously with the Sonny Gray story, we had a big story about that. I do a podcast with my son Mike, usually once a week during the season, not as often during the off season, but kind of just whatever happens with the Cardinals, we'll have it covered for you. Now, how do you find your podcasts? It's on the website too. It's also on YouTube, Spotify. It's called "Reigns on the Cardinals" is the title of it, and it's so you can find it wherever you find any of your normal podcasts. What's going to happen with the Cardinals this coming year? What do you think? Well, I'm encouraged by what they've done so far. I mean, Chaim Bloom has taken over, made his first trade in trading Sonny Gray. He's kind of following up with what he said they were going to do as far as, making some changes and going younger on players. So I think there's still more moves to come. It's going to be interesting to see what moves they do make over the next couple of months. So kind of still a little bit premature to make some decisions about what the team's going to look like next year because we're still kind of trying to formulate the roster and see who's actually going to be here. Robbie, I'm excited to see what they're going to do. Oh, I think everybody is. I think everybody is anxious for something to be done. What about the crowds? It seems like the crowds have somewhat disappeared. Oh, they're definitely down. Yeah, they're definitely down. And I think that's to be expected. I mean, a lot of things have contributed to it. Obviously the performance on the field is number one. I think if you put a winning club back on the field, I think people will find their way back to the ballpark despite the other challenges of, the area, of being downtown and people having concerns about their safety and people having concerns about the ticket prices and all that kind of stuff. I think that the number one goal to get fans to come back is to have a winning team on the field. And I think they'll get there. I don't know that they'll get there this year. It may be a couple of years in the works, but I think that they have some good young talent in a minor league system that has been built up over the last couple of years that we're going to start seeing get to St. Louis here in the next year or two. So I'm excited. I'm encouraged. I think this franchise was so good for so long that it's just I don't know if it was impossible for that to continue or not, but it's just things kind of do tend to kind of change over times, and I think we had to make some changes here to move forward, and I think they're doing that.
Well, Rob, thank you. Thanks so much for taking time on your Thanksgiving Day. Your plans today include what?
Very quiet day. Just, Mike, our own son, is out of town. Our other son lives out of town, so it's Sally and I celebrating here together very quietly, which is what we're looking forward to, actually.
I can imagine. All right. Thank you a lot, Rob Rains. Happy Thanksgiving.
I appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Thank you. I know a couple of people are listening that we've heard about from on the way to Rolla. I'm talking about Mark and Linda Smith. Mark is a physical therapist with SSM. Then they're headed to a family reunion there, and they will be not worried about any kind of snow. And hi to Kim Stetcher of Aberdeen Heights, who's on the other end of the radio. And there's Fred and Michelle Kretke and their pal Stan Johnson. More listeners on KMOX. Well, I'm glad you're listening to KMOX. In a couple of minutes, we're going to have a visit with Neil Fisher. You may not know that name, but you may in the future know who it may be. And then we'll hear about what's going on next Tuesday from Kemi at the History Museum, where I'll be hosting a show about the history, a history of St. Louis radio. This is Johnny Rabbit. This is KMOX.
Let me fetch you some, then reach and get you some. I'm afraid I should have stayed at home.
Boy, there is nothing like watching Thanksgiving football. And for fans in Missouri this year, FanDuel's about to make it even better because with points giving, all FanDuel customers in Missouri get $1 in bonus bets for every point scored in the Chiefs-Cowboys game. So, for example, if the final score is 24-21, you're going to get $45 in bonus bets. And it doesn't matter if you've already signed up for FanDuel or if you've been waiting for the right moment to join. Guess what? There's no better time than right now. FanDuel.com/Missouri will get you in on the action. FanDuel.com/Missouri to score bonus bets for every point in the Chiefs versus Cowboys game. Enjoy a football feast with points giving on FanDuel, coming soon to Missouri next week. 21 and over and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
Whether you're chilly, too warm, or need a hand with your home's power and lights, you know to call Jerry Kelly.
Well, if Jerry did plumbing, I'd have one solution to everything in this house.
Makes sense to us. So now, if you spring a leak, need a new water heater, or have hard water,
Thanks for calling Jerry Kelly Heating, Air, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Jerry will fix the leak, install the thing, and make that hard water easy. Yeah, easy water. From a pro plumber at
JerryKelly.com. Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Missouri can count on.
Now, KMOX weather from the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk.
A winter storm watch from late tomorrow night through Saturday evening. Turning out mainly sunny for Thanksgiving Day, but brisk and quite chilly, high 42. Clear and cold tonight, though, 20 to 24. Sunshine fading beyond increasing clouds tomorrow and cold, high 39. It'll cloud up tomorrow night with snow arriving late, though, 30. On Saturday, breezy and cold. Snow will mix with sleet and rain in the morning, then become mainly rain for the afternoon before it ends in the evening. There could be 1 to 3 inches of snow accumulation before that changeover takes place. The high Saturday, 39. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM. KMOX.
It's Johnny Rabbit at KMOX on our Thanksgiving special, and we're going to have Neil Fisher. We'll find out who he is. Maybe you don't know that name yet, but I think you will. He'll be next, but right now it's Johnny Cash with the Thanksgiving prayer on KMOX.
We've come to the time in the season when family and friends gather near to offer a prayer of thanksgiving for blessings we've known through the year.
Well, a person who is not with family and friends necessarily in St. Louis, he's from St. Louis, Neil Fisher. Good morning, Neil.
Good morning, Rabbit. How are you?
I'm doing great. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Now, you're not with family in St. Louis. You're from St. Louis. Where did you grow up?
That is correct. Grew up in South St. Louis, in St. Louis Hills.
And what about high school? Where'd you go to high school?
Went to Vianney. All my cousins went to Vianney, so I had to follow in line. And then I went to St. Louis Community College and off to Lindenwood in St. Charles.
And when did you were studying communications?
Correct. Broadcasting communications. I wanted to do play-by-play, kind of be like Joe Buck. But things turned around and got an opportunity to do news. And so I'm a news reporter in Philadelphia.
Where were you before Philadelphia?
I was in Cleveland, actually working with Webster Groves native Russ Mitchell.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. And so you moved on to Philadelphia. That's a heck of a big city, I'll tell you. And what is the station there?
I'm at the NBC affiliate in Philadelphia.
What are the call letters?
WCAU.
I mean, when are you on? You're going to be on this morning, aren't you? Are you already on?
I was on this morning. We were at a local bakery. They've been doing it for more than 70 years, where the community brings their turkeys to cook in their ovens. It's a pretty cool tradition.
What a tradition! How interesting. That's great.
Really, really cool. They started lining up at 3:30. The ovens got going at 4, and people were out having fun and enjoying Thanksgiving.
And I hope you're enjoying Philadelphia.
It's a beautiful city. Everything has been going great. It's a big sports town, just like St. Louis. Yeah. They care deeply about what's happening, and tomorrow's a big game as they play the Chicago Bears.
Oh, it'd be a big one. Now, when are you going to be back on? Are you on television every day, 5 days a week, or?
5 days a week. I usually work weekend mornings, so I'm on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in the morning, and then Saturday, Sunday in the morning as well. So fortunately, I get to cover quite a bit of sports.
Well, I know you've got to go, and I don't want to keep you, but you want to say hello to your family in St. Louis?
Yes, of course. Miss you guys. I'll see you pretty soon. I'll be home in a few weeks, and looking forward to some toasted ravioli and such like that. Rabbit, one thing I do want to say is congratulations to you and everyone at KMOX for 100 years. It's really been an honor just to grow up and listen to KMOX and know you personally as a friend.
That's very sweet. Very kind of you. Thank you, Neil Fisher, and good luck in your career in Philadelphia.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. This is Johnny Rabbit and KMOX. Next, we're going to hear from Kimmy from the Missouri Historical Society, and we're going to have a big program there that she's going to tell us about. It's next Tuesday. It's free. I hope you can make it there. And we'll have one more guest on after Kimmy. That's going to be a guy you hear the name so often. I know we've heard him on the air, too, once in a while. Chris Myhill. I guess he was the famous producer in all of the years of KMOX. He'll be on with us on our Thanksgiving special. My name is Johnny Rabbit. Right now, it's about 22 minutes before 11.
Hi, this is Amy Mark Scores, and I am so honored to be the chair
for the Salvation Army's 2025 St. Louis Red Kettle campaign. Now, it's off and running. It runs through December 31st, but the funds that are raised during this campaign, they help the St. Louis area all year round. And that's the key. 90 cents of every dollar raised goes directly to services in St. Louis, and all those funds, yes, they stay in St. Louis. They're reinvested locally. Now, our goal this year is $5.6 million because the need is greater than ever, not only because of financial challenges, but also because of the devastating tornadoes that hit our area. You can join me and the Salvation Army and give at my virtual Red Kettle, salarmy.us/Amy Mark Scores. That's my virtual Red Kettle, salarmy.us/Amy Mark Scores. The Salvation Army, giving with joy.
This holiday season, experience the power, the intensity, the legendary sound of Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Coming to Enterprise Center for 2 shows, December 23rd at 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. A portion of the proceeds from the 3 p.m. show benefits Seitzman Kids at St. Louis Children's Hospital. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, 2 shows, Enterprise Center, December 23rd. For more information, KMOX.com/events.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it. With eBay, you can find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay, things people love.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
What's up, Missouri? Tony Gonzalez here. I've spent a lot of Sundays right here playing in front of the best fans in football. And now it's almost your turn to get in the game because DraftKings Sportsbook is coming to the Show Me State on December 1st. Soon you'll get fast payouts when you win, a safe and secure app that's easy to use, and promos that keep the action going all season long. It's America's top-rated sportsbook app. New customers can sign up right now and score $300 in bonus bets on launch day, December 1st.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code KMOX. New Missouri customers, sign up today and score $300 in bonus bets once we're live. That's code KMOX. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook. Subject to regulatory licensing requirements. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
It sounds good to me. This is radio time on KMOX because we were talking about our history of KMOX and also about Thanksgiving. And I mentioned a big program we're going to be doing next Tuesday. Kimmy, hello. Kimmy, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Johnny.
Well, you sound like you're in good spirits today.
Yes, it's Thanksgiving.
It is. And what about you this Thanksgiving Day? What are you going to do?
Well, I'm here on radio with you right now, but after this, I'm going to hang out with friends and we'll eat a lot of good food.
I should hope so. That's terrific. Well, thank you for talking with us this morning. You want to tell a little about the program that's coming up Tuesday?
Well, we're so excited that you'll be joining us next Tuesday, and we're going to be talking about a history of St. Louis radio. It's our annual Johnny Rabbit lecture, and as always, your wealth of knowledge on the history of St. Louis, but especially as it pertains to the entertainment industry. And you always bring such valuable friends to join you in presenting. So we're super excited for what you're going to present to us about the history of radio in St. Louis.
Oh, that's great! I'm glad we're there. I'm glad we're doing it, and it's Tuesday. The doors will open at 10:30 in the morning, and then at that time, up until almost the true showtime at 11, John Hancock of KMOX and KTVI he's going to be there, not to talk. Well, he might talk, but he's going to be there to play. He's going to play ragtime piano, and he is sensational. I first ran across him when he was doing rag a long time ago, playing it at Six Flags. And that is not his vocation, but it is certainly a great hobby. And I'm so glad that he can be with us. And I will also hear from Charlie Brennan, who's going to be talking about KMOX, the KMOX 100 years. And I'll have a presentation of some radio history pictures of various stations over time. And that's how we'll start the show. Later on in the program, we're going to have Jason Church. He's the general manager of WSIE, the jazz station in Edwardsville. And Mary Edwards is going to talk about St. Louis Public Radio and KWMU and talk about some of that history of that station, all going back a long time. Now, what does it take to get into the museum that day? Is it costly?
It's not at all. It's free, as about 98% of our programming at the History Museum is free, and so just come in and it'll be warm and we'll have a seat for you.
That's good. It's a great theater. It's a great place, and you'll be there too.
I will be there. I will be here. Yes. I'm super excited, and like you mentioned earlier, doors open at 10:30. Program starts at 11, and at 10:30, John Hancock is going to start playing. I'm actually very excited for the ragtime music.
Oh, good.
That's at 10:30.
So it runs till noontime, right?
Yes, it goes till noontime, and after that, Johnny is always very good with just taking some questions or taking photos.
Oh, sure, of course.
But you can also visit some of our exhibits. We'll have our museum shop will be accessible.
Now that's interesting, the museum shop for holiday shopping. What's in that shop?
Yes, we've got lots of items for the holidays. We focus mostly on St. Louis-themed items, St. Louis-themed books, and we also like to support local St. Louis artisans. So just all things St. Louis.
So that's great for Christmas.
Yes, absolutely. And speaking of the shop, just wanted to also mention that we'll have 2 holiday concerts coming up later where we'll have winter markets also. So lots of opportunity to shop for the holidays.
Good. Sounds great. Kimmy, thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, Johnny.
Okay. We'll see you on Tuesday, and I hope a lot of our listeners will be there, too. And it's a nice thing because there's no charge. Parking is free, and the program is free. It'll be done like an old-time radio show with a staff announcer who will happen to be Rick Wallace. And then we'll produce our acts, and, of course, we'll have you as our studio audience. Well, what about this guy, Chris Myhill? We're going to hear from him next on KMOX. This is Johnny Rampa. This is our Thanksgiving special. I'm so happy that you've been here. In case you came in late, we've had a lot of people on today. Rick Wallace was here. John Pertzborn, local activist Steve Doss, Brian Kelly of KMOX News, Dan Gray, who you know from radio and TV, George Mayhew from St. Louis Magazine, Radio Rich Dalton, another listener, Maureen Jocko, Peter Mayer, former CBS White House correspondent Rob Raines, and Neil Fisher, who's from St. Louis, is now working in television in Philadelphia. Kimmy was just on from the History Museum. Chris Myhill is next on KMOX.
Overhead Door Company of St. Louis, the genuine, the original, present 100 years of KMOX.
Kevin Killeen is coming in here with a bulletin.
There, when disaster hit.
We have a major fire. It's in South City near Jefferson and Choteau.
Currently, the situation that we have here, it's a company that stores oxygen tanks. Praxair, it's an industrial gas company.
It's shooting these 100-pound or 200-pound cylinders 2 and 3 blocks away.
John Larrabee is in Airborne 2 and has a report from up above.
This is just unbelievable. I'm seeing one explosion after the next.
The flames just keep erupting out of this thing.
I do hear a woofing sound in the background. Are those the explosions you're talking about?
That's what you're hearing. And I mean, it almost sounds like fireworks.
There for every headline, every heartbreak, every heartbeat. KMOX, the voice of St. Louis. Brought to you by the Polar Express at St. Louis Union Station. Get your tickets now at stlpolarexpressride.com.
For 100 years, KMOX has been part of St. Louis. Now, Together Credit Union is helping celebrate that legacy. Starting in November, visit any Together Credit Union branch to pick up a KMOX 100th anniversary commemorative ornament for just $5 while supplies last. Each ornament supports Children's Miracle Network of Greater St. Louis. Together Credit Union, honoring 100 years of KMOX, the voice of St. Louis, and Children's Miracle Network of Greater St. Louis, improving the health of all children.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
Come on, let's turkey trot.
Ah, yes, the turkey trot. That's Little Eva from 1963. This is Johnny Rabbit. Well, we've got Chris Myhill here. You know that I know you know the name if you've been a KMOX listener for how many years? When did you start here, Chris Myhill? When was that?
Full-time in 87, but I was 16 years old working summers when I was in high school. Remember the old fourth floor record library?
Oh, yeah, of course.
We had 3,000 or 4,000 records, LPs. It was my job to categorize all those records. I spent entire summer doing it. It was really interesting, but at the same time, I'm just stuck upstairs on the fourth floor, on a floor without windows, just going through LP after LP after LP.
Oh, man. And all those LPs, they're gone now. What happened to all of them anyway? Where'd they go?
I think they were donated maybe to WSIE.
Oh, that could be, because I know the Lovejoy Library has a lot of the archives of KMOX there, especially some of the music shows and so on that ran. So they may still exist. Who knows?
And just think about the value of those records today with LPs making such a resurgence.
Yes. Yeah, it really is huge. And to find an old album, and when you get generally a radio station album, in many cases, the record companies like Decca or RCA, whatever, the Coral or Capitol or Columbia, they made special records for radio stations that were on really pure vinyl that were a lot better than the records that were actually sold to the consumer. And that dates back to the 78s and the 45s. So chances are these, if you can find those records, are going to be in great shape. And do you have a collection of records yourself, Chris?
I did, and guess what I did with them?
Well, no, what?
I gave them away, and I converted everything to CDs, and now I'm looking back and like, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, right.
Do you know our mutual friend Dan Warner, who used to own Webster Records?
Sure, absolutely.
Well, he still has a huge collection of records, and he's still collecting them, and they're making brand new high-fidelity pressings out of a place in Kansas. I think it's maybe Salinas, Kansas. But this guy is going back, finding the old master tapes of all the recordings and pressing them on high-quality vinyl, and they're selling – he's doing limited edition runs, and they're selling, $40, $50
Oh, my
for
gosh.
an LP.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah, so I regret getting rid of all my,
I know,
LPs.
I know the feeling, but sometimes you just have to. They take up a lot of room.
By the way, your name came up in conversation a couple weeks ago, and I said, and I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but did you not introduce the Beatles on one of their last shows in the United States?
I introduced the Beatles at the Cow Palace in San Francisco in August of 1964.
Was that their last show in the States?
To be truthful, I don't think so, but I think that was the, I don't remember if it was their first or last of that tour. I don't remember that. I remember I'll tell you what I remember is how loud it was. And the Cow Palace looked like a building sort of like the arena, and it was jammed.
It's almost like a live broadcast with Charlie Brennan. Just young women screaming and throwing things, and just
the same
pandemonium, complete pandemonium.
You worked with Charlie a lot.
I did. I was lucky to work with a lot of great talent over the years, and I remember hearing a interview with Tim McCarver, who talked about catching for Bob Gibson. And he said, "What a thrill that I am catching for Bob Gibson." And I kind of feel the same way, that I was able, in my early 20s, I started off working with running board and being an engineer for Bob Hardy, Bill Wilkerson, Wendy Weiss. I mean, those are Radio Hall of Fame people. And then my career continued doing evening shows with Jack Buck, some guy named Bob Costas. It was, looking back on it, it was really a great, great time. I mean, Bob Costas had Chuck Berry in studio for an hour.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh.
Think about that.
That's hard to imagine. I wonder if there's a recording of that somewhere?
There is it somewhere, but that's, great mystery. Where is it? But it is, think about it, because Chuck Berry, as you know, really did not do any interviews. He was reluctant and was not a huge fan of the press. But we had him in an hour, and we played little snippets of his songs. Bob gave me a list of, okay, let's play these 10, a little bit of, we need the hook from whatever to whatever, and, we play the songs and then have Chuck talk about it. It was really incredible. I mean, another great experience was also Charlie had former President Jimmy Carter in studio for an hour, broadcast live on C-SPAN.
Oh, my gosh.
And to have, Charlie Brennan to my left and the President Carter to my right, and I'm running board, it's like, okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty unique.
It really is, Chris.
So I've been very lucky.
You have been, and I'm glad you're still. What are you doing now? You're completely retired, or you're doing something in business?
I am completely retired, but my focus the last couple of years is getting my mom situated. She was in a house, and we moved her to assisted living. She's doing great, but now the process is, I've cleared out the house, and we're redoing it, and we're going to put it on the market hopefully by, early next year.
Well, good luck.
That's been my, quote, retirement.
And good luck with that, and happy Thanksgiving, Chris.
And you too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for including me.
Absolutely.
Today.
Thank you very much. This is Johnny Rabbit and KMOX. I hope you've enjoyed our Thanksgiving retrospective and visits to KMOX Past. I know I enjoyed preparing it, and my thanks to our 13 guests, to the big boss, Steve Moore, to Scott Jagow, show producers, James Sullivan, Drew Young, and we were quite busy in this 3 hours. If you can please tune in to KMOX at 8:50 Sunday morning. Our subject will be Christmas shopping in St. Louis in the 1950s. This is yours truly, Johnny Rabbit.